Good morning. It's February 8th, and we're starting the Planning Board meeting. Our first item is preliminary matters. The first is adoption of resolutions. The first resolution is the resolution for 7025 Strathmore Street, 320240030, MCPB number 24-005. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Linden, are you available? Well, we'll just go with the 3-0 in favor. Thank you so much. The second is approval of minutes. We have 3 minutes this morning that we can to approve. The first is minutes of December 24th, 2023. December 14th, I'm sorry, 14th, 2023. The closed session minutes of December 14th, 2023, and the minutes of January 25th, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move that we approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. That's 3-0. The next is preliminary matters, adoption of corrected resolution for Tregoning Property Forest Conservation Plan number F20230420, MCPB number 23-119. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the adopt the corrected resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 3-0. Next, we're on record plats. The first is subdivision plat number 220230650, Summer Park, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the subdivision plat 2/2023-0650. Sorry.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 3-0. The next is subdivision plat number 220231000, Shops at Travilla, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve subdivision plat 2/2023-1000.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's 3-0. We're going to just switch right into the Bowie, item number 7, the Bowie Mill Bikeway public hearing, where one is there is a mandatory referral, MR 2023016, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and then the preliminary final water quality plan number MR 2023016, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning we have Eli Glazier here presenting. Pardon me? I'm sorry. Okay, well, it needs to take 1 minute. Thank you so much. Good morning again. We're on item number 7, Bowie Mill Bikeway public hearing, where we'll to be voting on the mandatory referral number MR 2023016, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and the preliminary final water quality plan MR 2023-016, where staff is also recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Eli Glazer from the Planning Department presenting. Also, and after the Planning Department presents, we have three speakers that we will also be giving testimony. So good morning, Eli.
Thank you for having me. My name, for the record, is Eli Glazer, Transportation Planning Supervisor with the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. I'm joined at the desk today by Jackie Hoban from the Montgomery Parks, our colleagues. In the audience behind me is Doug Johnson, an environmental planner from the Up-County Division, and then the MCDOT project team, including their consultants as well. So if there are any questions down the line, we can pull them in. The purpose of today's presentation is essentially to transmit comments to MCDOT about this project and then to approve the water quality plan with conditions. Our outline will describe the project, review the mandatory referral elements, including transportation and parks and the environment. We'll discuss the public engagement that's been done as part of this project and the testimony we received. At that point, will be the opportunity for people here to testify, and we'll conclude, and then we'll go into the water quality plan component. So as a reminder, state law requires these projects to submit these types, the federal, state, local, and governments and public utilities to submit proposed projects for review by the commission. And we're fulfilling the requirements of the mandatory referral law with this project. The Bowie Mill Bikeway, you can see here on this map, is in sort of the area between Durwood and Redland, and only in Up County and Montgomery County. The proposed project is a 3.3-mile long side path along Bowie Mill Road between Muncaster Mill Road and Olney Laytonsville Road, and then on Muncaster Mill Road between Bowie Mill Road and Needwood Road. So a portion of this project is within the Upper Rock Creek watershed, which is a special protection area, which necessitates the water quality plan as well. This more zoomed in map shows the connections that this bikeway provides between sort of Olney and the Olney Town Center area in the upper right, and then Shady Grove Metro Station in the lower left. The side path connection will link the existing strong side path network in Olney with the North Branch Trail at Breedy Road, the existing side path on Needwood Road. This project is essentially a really important missing link to connect these two networks. The project, when it's complete, will provide connections to the ICC Maryland 200 Trail that goes east-west. It'll help people in this area get to Shady Grove Metro, Sequoia Elementary School, which is along Bowie Mill on this route, Magruder High School, which is just off of the alignment, Olney Town Center, and then Durwood and Redland, like I said. The typical cross-sections for this, within the special protection area, there's an 8-foot wide side path along the eastern side, the southern eastern side of Bowie Mill Road, separated typically by a swale and then the travel lanes. And then on the outside of the SPA, the project shifts to the western and northern side of Bowie Mill Road, and it becomes a 10-foot side path with the swale typically between the bikeway and the travel lanes there.
Can I just ask a question? So the bikeway crosses the road in one area from one side of
Correct.
the road to another side?
Correct. So at the intersection with Breedy Road, which is also where the North Branch Trail ties in, the project switches from the south side at the intersection, at a signalized intersection across to the
So
north
it's a
side.
signalized
Correct.
section, and
Correct.
that was the best way we could design it, correct? We could
I believe so. I think they could probably answer that better, but
Okay.
yes, that is I believe
Okay.
so. This project is fully funded for design and construction through County CIP P502108, a combination of general obligation bonds and state aid. Final design is expected to be complete in early this year, with construction expected to begin in fiscal year 25 and take about 18 months. I guess the existing condition today, Bowie Mill Road is a 2-lane, 2-way road with 12-foot travel lanes, inconsistent shoulder widths, and occasional dedicated turn lanes. The corridor, from a complete streets design guide perspective, there are two street classifications: area connector between Muncaster Mill Road and Sequoia Elementary, and then between the north branch of the Rock Creek and Only Laytonsville Road, and then a country connector between Sequoia Elementary School and the north branch of Rock Creek. The speed limit is 40 miles an hour. Also along the road, there are today limited and disconnected sidewalks. The typical pedestrian level of comfort scores are uncomfortable or undesirable, and though in certain parts of the project where there may be newer developments, or of the corridor where there may be newer developments, sidewalks and buffers are wider, some of the locations may score pedestrian level of comfort 2, which would be a somewhat comfortable. For the entire project corridor, 3.3 miles, there are 3 signalized intersections and 1 stop-controlled intersection today. Parkland, the proposed path traverses 3 separate Montgomery Parks units: the Bowie Mill Local Park, which is a 10-acre park immediately adjacent to Sequoia Elementary School, and then 2 units of the North Branch Stream Valley Park. The proposed side path will connect to the North Branch Trail, which has hard surface and natural surface elements, and the proposed project provides a new side path bridge over the North Branch of the Rock Creek.
Could you just, because when I was reading this yesterday, I had a little bit, because of the shading that was shown, I couldn't figure out exactly which section was in the park and which sections was in SPA. The shading was very confusing. Maybe at one point, if you have one map with just your cursor, you could show us that the red is the, I guess, the path, and which area we have the SPA and which area we have the parks.
Good morning, Jackie Hoban, for the record, with Montgomery Parks Park Planning and Stewardship Division. So yeah, it is a little bit difficult in this image to see the distinction between the SPA and Parkland. We'll zoom in a little bit during my presentation to focus on the park impacts, but the SPA, essentially that North Branch stream running to the right of the map.
You could just use
Sure.
if you just use your cursor to
Yeah.
see where you're talking about.
Eli's going to be my arms
One
here
sec,
for a
I
second.
got it.
But the SPA is basically delineated by the stream. So to the west of the stream is the SPA, and to the east of the stream is outside of the bounds of Rock Creek SPA, if that clarifies.
So essentially, everything in this image, except where the laser pointer is, like in the upper right, is within the SPA.
Okay, so everything right now is within the SPA.
Almost everything shown in this graphic is within the SPA.
So the majority of the bike path is in the SPA.
This is
area.
not the full extent of
Yes,
the
yeah.
project, but what's shown here, which is essentially shows the 3 park units that are affected.
Okay.
All of the park units are within the SPA.
For the most part, there's a portion of North Branch Stream Valley Unit 3 where it is not within.
But you'll show that on your presentation, right?
Yeah, I can-
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
if you
great.
just clarify.
Sure, yeah,
Of
course.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
I'm moving into the transportation analysis. This project is recommended in the bicycle master plan. This is a tier 2 priority bikeway. I already spoke briefly about the benefits, the gap filling that this project provides from a bicycle perspective in this network to connect the only area to the Shady Grove, Durwood, Redland area. The bike plan notes that the side path should be 10-foot minimum, though 8 feet is acceptable in environmentally or historically constrained areas. A 5-foot minimum buffer width is also identified. The proposed project is consistent because it achieves these widths and types and generally maintains the 5-foot minimum buffer.
Can you just say what was tier 2?
Tier 2, so the bike master plan prioritized all of the bikeway recommendations into different tiers. So there's tier 1, which were the highest priority, then tier 2, and then tier 3. And this was sort of a medium ranking in terms of all of the bikeways. The plan did not require, it didn't it couldn't, but it didn't require that bikeways be constructed in their tiered order. It looked at, there are always opportunities to build bikeways out of the priority order, but this is to say that this is a high priority bikeway in the county in terms of the full bicycle master plan.
I'm just surprised it's tier 2 because it's needed.
Right, yeah, of course, of course. In terms of other master plans, the project area goes through the 2004 Upper Rock Creek area. And that plan notes that improvements are needed along Bowie Mill to ensure safe walking and particularly crossing Bowie Mill Road at Sequoia Elementary School. The proposed project does provide improved pedestrian connections because the side path is a shared bicycle and pedestrian facility, but it does not include an upgraded crossing at Bowie Mill at Sequoia Elementary. And then the 2005 only master plan includes recommendations for improvements to that North Branch Trail crossing at Bowie Mill Road. The proposed project does make these improvements by rerouting that connection to an intersection that will become signalized. In terms of the Complete Streets Design Guide, this and
Eli,
several.
can I have a quick question? I'm sorry, not to. Will the North Branch Trail be moving to that signalized intersection? Is that what the thing? I just wanted to confirm that. So that crossing then will move to what will be the signalized intersection.
Yes. So that trail intersects Bowie Mill now mid-block, I guess, and it comes out
Yeah.
of the woods in a way that there's
Just
site
kind of
distance
appears
issues and
there,
other
yeah.
issues. So yes, that connection moves to the intersection.
Okay.
The side path on the south side meets it, and then crosses to the north side, and then continues on the north side.
Okay, great.
So it's sort of the connection of all three of those things.
Thank you.
The area connector for the segments of the Bowie Mill that have the area connector designation, just wanted to compare what the design guidance is for the area connector in this column, what is existing, and then what is proposed, and whether that parameter is satisfied by this project. An area connector is supposed to be 30 miles per hour, have 2 travel lanes, protected crossing spacing, maximum of between 600 feet and 1,200 feet, have these street buffers, and then a side path on one side. The existing and proposed speed stays the same at 40. The maximum number of through lanes are still 2. While the project does add it adds a signalized crossing at Breedy Road, the maximum protected crossing spacing still far exceeds the area designation requirement or parameters. The street buffer falls short of what the design guidance says, and then the facility type and width is appropriate for the area designation.
Could you, in your previous
yeah.
slide, could you go, had some trouble understanding what's the maximum protected crossing space. Can you show what that looks like on any of those, or will you show later? Or I don't know.
I can show it now. Let me go into. Can we pull up? I'm going to Google Maps. This is going to be a challenge. So essentially what the protected crossing spacing standards are it tries to set a maximum distance between, like essentially how far a pedestrian will have to walk
Okay.
to get to safely cross the street.
I see.
And in this corridor, there are, the standard based on the street type is 600 to 1,200 square feet, and that's not really being met here today because if you look at Bowie Mill, today there is a signal at Muncaster Mill and Needwood Road here. There's another signal further along all the way at Cashel.
I see.
And then this is like very slow. There's a stop-controlled intersection somewhere along here, which would also count, and then there's a signal at the intersection with only Laytonsville Road. The project recommends adding a signal at Breedy Road, which is right here. But you can still see, like, especially for the western extent of this project, there's a tremendous distance without a place to safely cross
Yeah,
the street.
thank you. So it's essentially between traffic lights or other
Right.
protected crossings or something, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
You're welcome. Back. Great. And then the portion of this project that's a country connector, just similarly, the speed limit on that street type is higher, so it meets that parameter. Travel lanes are fine from a protected crossing spacing standard. Again, in the proposed area today, there are no protected crossings, and in what's being proposed in this plan, there are no protected crossings either. There's a typical 5-foot minimum street buffer where the Complete Streets Design Guide says it should be 10 or 15, and then the side path meets the facility standard. So that's just, I think, some basic transportation analysis for this project, and then I'm going to jump into the comments that we have that just follow the format that are in the staff report that you received. The first is that along this project, we should ensure that vertical obstructions, largely utility poles here, fences and guardrails are at least 2 feet from the edge of the side path. The AASHTO bike guide supports maintaining this 2-foot minimum distance to allow full width of the side path. Essentially, if you're riding a bike, you need a certain amount of operating space. And what they found and what research has found is that having vertical obstructions closer than 2 feet away from the edge of the side path makes it more likely that people will not use the edge of the side path, so you're limiting the effective width of the facility to narrower than it is. So in this case, this is what's shown here is sort of the terminus of the project at Needwood Road. There isn't a ton of space here for a buffer, as shown. So there's a fence, essentially, that separates the side path from Muncaster Mill Road. And the recommendation here would just be to ensure that the space between the fence and the path is 2 feet, because this is already an 8-foot path because it's within the SPA, and the extent to which the fence is right up against the side path essentially means it's a 6-foot, it ends up being like a 6-foot path. So that's a consideration. And then additionally, looking throughout the corridor, there are utility poles that many of the utility pole conflicts have been addressed, but there are others that may be still within that radius of the side path. So those should be looked at as well.
So my question is that, I know that DOT has been done. Does that add a lot of cost? Some of the utility poles may be very expensive and make the project not affordable. Maybe that's one of the questions. I don't know that why DOT hasn't considered that.
Sure. No, I think the way that we can write the recommendation in the comment transmittal is just to consider doing these things. I think there always is a sort of that trade-off between achieving the design standard and additional cost. And in some of these cases, maybe it isn't feasible given the constraints of the project to do that. But I think we would be remiss if we didn't articulate the need for that space. The next comment is to ensure that the project's providing directional curb ramps that are aligned with high visibility crosswalks at all street and driveway crossings. This is a comment that is just throughout the project, there are situations where the curb ramps are designed such that if you were to follow the slope of the ramp, you would end up in the middle of the intersection, sort of as this arrow is showing, which is problematic for people using wheelchairs or who may be blind and things like that. So To the extent possible, these ramps should be oriented to guide people across the crosswalk directly into the receiving curb ramp. The project should also pursue and explore the addition of more crossing locations across throughout the project area. I already mentioned the Upper Rock Creek plan identified the need for a crossing at the Sequoia Elementary School, which is not provided in this project. And then there are a few other locations where the side path crosses on one side, is on one side of the street, and there may be a residential subdivision on the other side that has a sidewalk network, but there's no protected crossing location for those people to safely access the side path. So adding these crossings would improve safe access from the adjacent communities.
So I have a question. So if these crossings are mid-block, so the recommendation is that still put them in the mid-block, but put the stop signs or
So this-
signal or whatever that makes sense. That's what we just don't want to put a crossing with no protection.
We don't want a crossing with no protection, absolutely right. So this intersection is, I think all the locations we identified in the staff report under this recommendation are at intersections.
Okay.
So nothing mid-block, but yes, I think based on the traffic conditions, we would want some form of traffic control, whether that's a stop sign or a signal, along with the marked crosswalk. Yeah, we don't, unless conditions allow for it in a safe way, we wouldn't just want a marked crossing. Next, replace the missing bus pad at Sequoia Elementary School. There's a pad that exists today here where transit riders get on and off the bus, which appears to be removed in the plans, and we would just say provide a new pad at this location. Moving on, all of the curb radii along the corridor should be tightened to meet the Complete Streets Design Guide default 15-foot radius. I talked about this a bit in my last mandatory referral for the LSC loop, which is very similar, but tighter turning radii reduce turning speeds, which improves safety and improves visibility by allowing drivers to cross the side path at more of a perpendicular angle. So you're looking through your windshield at bicyclists and pedestrians and not through like a side window, which is better for visibility. There's fewer blind spot issues and things like that. So just throughout the corridor, the project team should look at opportunities to tighten these radii to enable that perpendicular turning. This one at Foggy Lane is just an example of something that an issue that exists throughout the corridor. Similarly, in line with the Pedestrian Master Plan's Key Action B3C, the project should construct raised crossings at all the intersections where the side path crosses neighborhood streets and neighborhood yield streets. Essentially, a raised crossing is what's shown here, where the crosswalk is elevated to the sidewalk or side path level so that pedestrians and bicyclists using the facility have the right of way by law in this situation, but it reaffirms the priority for pedestrians and bicyclists to be crossing and ensures that people driving across the side path are slowing down and paying appropriate attention. The use of raised crossings also eliminates the need for people using wheelchairs or other mobility devices to go down into the street and then work their way back up against the grade to sidewalk level. So there's an equity and an accessibility issue.
So, Eli, is this raised crossing on both streets, on Bowie Mill and the Cross Street?
Just along where the side path is. So it would always be parallel to Bowie Mill.
Okay.
So all of the intersecting streets
So
that are either a neighborhood street or a neighborhood
the
yield
neighborhood
street.
streets, anything that is not along Bowie
Correct,
Mill.
not across Bowie Mill.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next, just a general comment that I think you'll see in all mandatory referrals that have bikeways in them is to ensure that the intersection design complies with the department's protected intersection checklist to the extent possible. Protected intersection design includes, as applicable, a corner island bicycle queuing space appropriate clear distance, a zone for motorists to yield to pedestrians and bicyclists, pedestrian refuge, crossings and markings, and then signalization where appropriate. So all of these things will not be appropriate at every single intersection here. I think given the the lack overall of signalized or controlled intersections, we're looking specifically in this project at Breedy, at the Muncaster Mill Needwood Road intersection, and then at Cashel, and then at Olney-Laytonsville as well. So there's only going to be 4 signalized intersections here, so those are the opportunities for maybe the full suite of treatments, but these principles it's the similar principles to the idea of like tightening the curb radii. You would just want to include treatments that improve visibility and slow speeds and things like that. Additionally, along the side path alignment, there are several locations where the side path abruptly shifts horizontally. You can see one example of that here. The Bike Master Plan Facility Toolkit indicates that this what we would call a lateral taper should occur at a rate of 3 feet along the path for every 1 horizontal foot. And the recommendation is just that the project team make sure that design is meeting that standard because more abrupt shifts are more difficult for people to navigate and could lead to safety concerns. Sort of at the western end of the project where the project terminates at Olney-Laytonsville Road, the recommendation is that the side path should be extended to the Olney-Laytonsville Road pedestrian crossing at the north here, which is shown by my cursor. Essentially, the side path today ends about 25 feet short of that crossing, and that crossing allows people to get to the side paths along the north side of Olney-Laytonsville Road. So if we could extend the side path width that 25 feet to that crossing, it would allow people to comfortably and directly use the side paths on the south side, but then also the side paths on the north side without creating a potential pinch point for people walking and biking to get between those. I think I have 2 more recommendations. This one is to look at opportunities to widen the side path and the street buffer between Briars Road and Olney-Laytonsville Road. So essentially, again, this is in the westernmost segment. Due to certain constraints, the side path narrows from 10 feet to 8 feet with a smaller buffer. And we think that given the proximity to Olney Town Center at that end of the project, we would anticipate there would be more walking and biking in that area. So we would certainly prefer a wider side path so there's more room for people who are walking and biking to navigate. At the same time, a wider street buffer minimizes the chances of people entering the road, which is a very large safety issue or concern. And that we just suggest, given we're definitely aware there are constraints in this area, it's a more built-up area, the project team should investigate widening these facilities with our preference would be for a wider buffer if both are not possible. So fully understanding the constraints that have likely led to this design, but just calling out the potential challenges that the design provides. And then the last transportation recommendation is that alongside the implementation of this project, the project team should develop a wayfinding plan using the bikeway branding signage standards. This bikeway branding is a joint Montgomery Planning MCDOT effort to define and identify a bike wayfinding system for the whole county. And the way that gets implemented is through individual projects like this. So we would recommend that the project include appropriate wayfinding to guide users to the local and regional destinations, of which there are many that I articulated at the beginning of this presentation. Next, Jackie is going to talk about the parkland impacts and analysis.
Thank you, Eli. Good morning. For the record again, I'm Jackie Hoven with Montgomery Parks Park Planning and Stewardship Division. I'll be speaking today to Montgomery Park staff review, analysis, and recommendations of the Bowie Mill Bikeway on parkland. Back in November, Montgomery Park staff presented to the board about our concept review and park construction permit review processes. DOT has been coordinating with Montgomery Park staff through the concept review process prior to this mandatory referral. So I'll be speaking to the results of that coordination. So giving a summary of Montgomery Park impacts, discussing mitigation requirements, and then continued coordination conditions through the park construction permit process.
I just want to add one thing for the board that although that the mandatory referral nature is advisory, the park impact is not. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Yes, the park impacts, the board acts as landowners for the MNC PPC owned land. So the conditions for the park recommendations are binding. So overall, Montgomery Park staff recommendation is for approval with those conditions that I'll discuss at the end, and we'll kind of go through as I walk through the project impacts on parkland. The Bowie Mill Bikeway is proposed to be constructed within 3 MNC PPC-owned parks, as Eli mentioned. Bowie Mill Local Park to the south. There's sort of a black outline kind of highlighting that. I'll zoom into each of these and we'll talk more in detail about the proposal within each park. And North Branch Stream Valley Parks Units 3 and 4 to the north. So Bowie Mill Road splits those 2 units. To the north is North Branch Stream Valley Park Unit 4, and to the south of Bowie Mill Road is North Branch Stream Valley Park Unit 3. Both of those parks are part of the North Branch Stream Valley, so they follow North Branch Rock Creek, the stream you see in that image. And as I mentioned earlier in response to Commissioner Pudim's question about the SPA, is the stream delineates the SPA, so to the west of the stream. So majority of this imagery, you can kind of see that black cross-hatching is the Rock Creek Special Protection Area, and to the east is outside of the Special Protection Area. North Branch Stream is a MDE classified use class 3 stream, so a cold water trout stream. Based on recent Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection biological monitoring data, is in good water quality and supports pollution-sensitive aquatic organisms. So efforts were made throughout the concept review process to avoid impacts to the stream. As Eli mentioned, there's a proposed pedestrian and cyclist separated bridge to be installed as part of the project. So no stream work's going to be proposed as part of that, and stream impacts will be avoided through the design of that. So like I said, I'll get into the details of each of these in the next couple slides, but an overall impact summary for parkland include 940 square feet of permanent impact, so transfer of MNC PPC parkland to DOT right-of-way, only within North Branch Stream Valley Park Unit 3. The other 2 parks will not have permanent impacts or takes for right-of-way. About 14,550 square feet of temporary construction impacts will occur among all 3 parks. You can see a breakdown of those numbers within those 3 parks, but a relatively small footprint of impact on parkland for this project. Approximately 8 tree removals are proposed on parkland, and they're all within North Branch Stream Valley Park Unit 3, totaling approximately 42.5 inches of tree diameter on parkland, and so park's mitigation requirement for that will be an inch per inch replacement. So 42.5 inches of trees replanted on parkland. And as a reminder, that mitigation is separate from forest conservation mitigation requirements and specific to parkland. And as I previously mentioned, no stream work is proposed as part of the project, and the bridge installation should be done avoiding impacts to the stream. Taking a closer look at the North Branch Trail connection and the impacts to North Branch Stream Valley Parks Units 3 and 4. You can see in the center image of the map there showing the existing North Branch Trail where it meets Bowie Mill Road up top there. So North Branch Stream Valley Park Unit 4, north of Bowie Mill Road, has a hard surface trail that ends at the roadway. You can see a picture of that in the top right corner, where the trail just ends. And south of Bowie Mill Road in Stream Valley Park Unit 3 is a natural surface trail that ends in a loop on the opposite side of the road and stream. So as Eli mentioned, as part of this project, and is supported in the 2005 Olney Master Plan recommendation to improve safe crossing of this trail as it meets Bowie Mill Road, is to reroute the hard surface trail of the North Branch SVU 4 portion over to the east up to Breedy Road at that signalized crossing, send path users down south on Bowie Mill Road, and then back west toward a new pedestrian bridge, 12-foot wide pedestrian and cyclist accessible bridge over North Branch Stream. In addition to the pedestrian bridge installation, there will be some drainage improvements done in that section as well. There's a bit of an eroded gully coming in from drainage off the roadway that'll be addressed as part of the project.
So are we going to connect on the south the trail to the natural surface North Branch on the south of the Bowie Mill Road?
Yes, that's an excellent question. So yeah, the natural surface trail will be connected with the natural surface trail, so there won't be an extension of paved trail to it, but it should.
So there is a connection?
Yes.
As part of the project? Okay, thank you.
As part of the project, or our trails team that does the natural surface trails will simply bring their natural surface trail
Doesn't matter,
closer.
whatever,
Yep.
as long as we connect.
Yep, that is the intention, to bring that connection fully up to the new path.
Just out of
Good.
curiosity, how long is the Northwest Branch Trail? The North Branch Trail?
The
do you
North
know?
Branch Trail itself, I'm not 100% certain of its exact length. It connects with another trail to the south called Kengla Trail. The two of those make up a significant portion of this mid-county, 13-mile mid-county loop trail system. If you continued north on this trail, you'd head up toward Rock Creek, SVU 16, so like the very upper portions of Rock Creek. If you continued south, it would go down under the ICC toward Rock Creek Regional Park. So it does extend.
Yeah, North Branch, I guess it was a park CIP project. I think that's completed, correct? It was under design when I left, and I think it's now completed, the final part.
I'll throw it over to my colleague, Doug Stevens.
Hi, Doug Stevens with Park Planning and Stewardship. Portions of North Branch Trail are, the CIP project they were referring to are still in design, but we should be going to construction pretty soon. Yeah. So this is, like Jackie said, this connection is going to kind of facilitate a lot of connections throughout various trails in this area.
Thanks, Doug. So I mentioned some drainage improvements in addition to the pedestrian bridge. You can possibly see in this photo where that drainage is coming into the bank of the stream off of the roadway. So this is south of Bowie Mill Road in SVU 3. This figure to the right is highlighting in green the approximate 940 square feet that would be transferred to DOT right-of-way via perpetual easement, for which the commission would be paid fair market value. And that would include all of the bridge and those drainage improvements in that DOT right-of-way. And, skipped a slide. And Bowie Mill Local Park, impacts here are relatively minor. The existing condition is a sidewalk, which would simply be widened to an 8-foot wide shared use path. It runs along, or within Bowie Mill Local Park. You can see in the image, there's some topography that goes up. That is a stormwater pond embankment. During concept review, we worked with DOT to make an effort to connect this shared use path directly to the park, but due to the constraints of the stormwater pond, that embankment, and other resources there, it wasn't feasible, but we still feel that the shared use path will facilitate folks into the park via the Sequoia Elementary School property directly adjacent. The North Branch Trail, as it continues south, actually comes to the back edge of Bowie Mill Local Park. So through that connection, we feel Bowie Mill Local Park will have additional access as well. And with that, I will review the conditions that Montgomery Park staff feel will move this project through to approval. So for the first condition is simply following our process that a park construction permit will be required prior to construction. Number 2 speaks to the DOT acquisition of right-of-way from parkland via that perpetual easement, and that the commission will be paid fair market value. Number 3 is that DOT and parks will continue to coordinate on a memorandum of understanding to outline maintenance responsibilities for the portion of the path through Bowie Mill Local Park. So parsing out any maintenance of the path as well as the lighting that will be owned by DOT but on parkland. Number 4 is that we'll continue to coordinate through the park construction permit process on the design and other elements, including any lighting, user safety elements, drainage improvements, and natural resource protection and mitigation. And 5, mitigation for impacts, as I already mentioned, for the tree takes will be at an inch per inch replacement replanting on parkland. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions at this point, feel free. Otherwise, I'll pass it back to Eli.
Thanks, Jackie. That was awesome. Environmental analysis as part of this project. Nice segue from parks. Jackie already mentioned this, but the project goes through the Upper Rock Creek watershed, which is a use class 3 designation 3. The project outside of parkland proposes 1.48 acres of forest removal and a 1/4 acre of stream valley buffer impacts. These impacts have been minimized to the extent possible as part of the design, but are necessary and unavoidable to achieve the design of the bikeway. The project is in conformance with the department's environmental guidelines. From a forest conservation perspective, the application meets the requirements of Chapter 22A of the Forest Conservation Law for a Forest Conservation Plan exemption, which was approved on October 20th, 2023. Number 4202417E, because this is a state, county, or municipal highway construction activity. The applicant has provided a tree save plan that identifies the removal of 1.48 acres of forest, which is above the forest clearing threshold of 1.46 acres. So as a part of the requirements for the exemption and because they've exceeded the forest clearing threshold, the applicant will be required to reforest at a 2-to-1 rate for each acre of forest cleared, which would be a requirement of 2.96 acres of reforestation, which the applicant intends to meet by purchasing the appropriate credits for reforestation in DOT's Damascus Snow Forest Bank. The applicant also proposes removing 10 specimen trees, and mitigation for these trees will be provided by planting 78 2-inch caliper overstory trees within the Bowie Mill Road right-of-way. As part of sort of public engagement and testimony around this project, the most recent public engagement for this project was a public workshop at Sequoia Elementary back in May 2018. Prior to this mandatory referral being submitted, the project did receive letters of support from the Greater Olney Civic Association, which has also provided testimony in your packet today, and the Washington Area Bicyclists Association. After the mandatory referral was accepted for review, Montgomery Planning notified local civic and homeowner associations and other interested parties about this, about the project, and we have received testimony that is all in your packet as well, which I'll just highlight here briefly, and then maybe after the testimony, if the board has any questions or wants to dive further into some of the issues raised in the testimony, we can do that. We have the appropriate people here to answer those questions. The Greater Olney Civic Association continues to support the project. The Cherrywood Homeowners Association, which represents homeowners living in a portion of the area of the project, just noted the increased imperviousness that this project would contribute and the potential for flooding. and then had some questions about why the loss of local forest land through this project was being reforested or mitigated in Damascus. Had they maintained that the forest should be replaced in the same area it was removed, and asked for replacement within 5 miles of where the trees were removed. So we can definitely get into that if there's interest. There was a homeowner who asked about essentially the replacement of installed improvements along their property when the side path goes through. A homeowner who was opposed to the bikeway because it's safer to ride in the street and it doesn't connect to anything at Muncaster Mill Road or at Maryland 108. A homeowner who had specific concerns about the outreach, inconsistencies with the different versions of the plan and the potential impacts to their property. Another homeowner with concerns about removing portions of their driveway, and then a suggestion to reroute the path, essentially to terminate the path at Briars Road, and then the route would continue onto Gelding Lane and Queen Elizabeth Drive via a shared roadway, so just in the street to get to Maryland 108. And then there's additional testimony that if the chair, if this is a good time.
Great.
for it.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll go to that additional testimony, but first I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Glazier and Ms. Hogan, is it? Yeah, for your detailed going through the plans. So we really appreciate that. It's very, very helpful. So we have 2 people in person and 1 online this morning. Is Joe Fritsch and Ms. Kathleen Reitz available? Can you come to the front desk, please? Welcome. Could you state your name and then provide your testimony? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Fritsch. I live in Olney, Maryland. I have worked with the Mid-County Recreation Advisory Board, the Bicycle Master Plan, and the Trails Park Amendment, as well as a trail liaison with more. Basically trying to get more cycling in Montgomery County for over 20 years. It's great to see the plan, great to see it moving forward. First thing I'll ask is no more postponement. It is badly needed. It is a usage for connections to Georgia, or one thing with the Upper Rock Creek Trail. So there's a natural surface trail. Part of it's the North Branch. The North Branch is one piece of it. It's actually a 20-mile loop. It is mostly natural surface. It connects Lake Needwood, Lake Frank, and the Agricultural History Farm Park. This is the most dangerous crossing, and you are on a shoulderless road for a short distance. So that is why this is very much a needed project. As for usage, some will argue that it will not be used. At this point in time, the road is not safe. I ride it. I'm an experienced cyclist. I avoid it. I used to ride it until the North Branch was built, and now I'll use the North Branch. Connections to school, and the biggest one is the connection to the metro. There is no way from Olney to ride a bicycle to the metro. As for usage, you look at how many people are using the narrow sidewalk along Georgia Avenue on a bicycle. It is amazing. The problem is you then have to ride around pedestrians. There's not enough room on a narrow sidewalk. So that's why we need the trail to be built. It'd be great if it was 10 feet. I do understand cutting down to 8 feet in certain areas. It would be good to connect with the Magruder connection. It'd be nice to actually see the rest of the sidewalk near Magruder moved up to 10 feet. One big thing is stoplights at Wickham and Cashel do not trigger, a bicycle will not trigger them. I would hope that that would be able to be fixed along with this. gives the cyclist a choice of either waiting till a car shows up or running the light. While there is often opposition to trails after it is built, it is always used as an amenity and a positive selling point for homes along the routes. So this trail is very much needed to connect only to the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Ms. Kathleen Reitz.
Kathleen writes, I live at 17833 Bowie Mill Road, which is on one of the infamous curves near the halfway point. I wish to thank whoever made it possible for public testimony today. The last notice for the public meeting was in 2018 when there was only a concept and no design. What could we say with no details, and all you had were the results of an unscientific wish list survey and a master plan? I hope you will also consider the points I've made in my written testimony. It covers our objections to the concept, the design, and the negative impacts specifically as it pertains to our property and our immediate neighbors. There are even details about water quality. I think the project should be modified to install shoulders on both sides of the road. We have long hoped for this, and it would satisfy the desire of cyclists with the least negative impact upon the residents, as well as making it safer for vehicles, trash trucks, and mail delivery. Today, I'd like to discuss the safety hazards that occur to me. I'm certain that experienced road bikers will eschew the trail in favor of the road if there's a lot of traffic on the trail, foot traffic and slow bikes. It's dangerous to ride around walkers and slow bikes. This is my personal experience, and I do not know a single road biker who disagrees. At the same time, cyclists have litanies of complaints about shoulderless roads in Montgomery County. Somehow the poorer counties on the eastern shore have avoided this. A multi-use path on one side of the road forces both pedestrians and cyclists to ignore common sense about walking against traffic and riding with it. With a motorist trying to enter the road, especially with a right turn, will they see a bike coming at speed against traffic? Drivers look left when turning right. Sometimes there will not be an adequate line of sight for a driver entering the road when a bike is flying down a hill. Cars and trucks will of necessity usually block the path to wait for a traffic opening. Pedestrians walking with traffic would not see a vehicle skidding off the road as they sometimes do. Have you all noticed the damaged guardrails and bent-up curve signs over the years? Tailgating other vehicles is common. We sometimes must accelerate and abort a turn at the last second to avoid being rear-ended. A glance in the rearview mirror is always necessary prior to making our turn as quickly as possible. And this turning radius thing that you say scares me. Add the complication of watching for cyclists riding against traffic, and it does frighten me. This is another reason experienced bikers will not take a chance on this path. The inexperienced ones will cause problems. Bike paths give only an illusion of safety, and this is close to a road with this many intersections, and I consider a driveway an intersection. If this path is not a safety hazard, it will only be because the path is rarely used. In that case, it certainly isn't worth the money. I'm interested in any feedback or questions to any of my testimony, and if you insist on proceeding, we ask you to work with us in the final design and construction. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. We have one more, Mr. Daniel Rubenstein, on Zoom. Thank you, on Teams. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Daniel Rubenstein. I am the Special Projects Coordinator for the Bowie Mill Bikeway Project, part of the Greater Olney Civic Association, GOGA. My background is in industrial engineering. I'm a regulatory attorney by profession. I should also state for the record that I am a resident of the Norbeck Grove community, which is the community that has a current signalized intersection at Cashel Road, and the bottom of our neighborhood is the proposed signalized intersection at Breedy Road. I do want to state, just to be clear, that I'm speaking today on behalf of GOCA. I am not speaking on behalf of the Norbeck Grove Homeowners Association. Of course, I am providing some comments based on my experience living there. First of all, I apologize to everybody that I can't be there in person, but I do appreciate the county, the commissioners, Montgomery County Department of Transportation, Parks and Planning, everybody's hard work, the consultants as well. On this project, it is clear to our organization that everybody has put a great deal of thought and effort into this project. GOCA, of course, is on record and has been since the beginning, strongly supporting what we believe is a critical missing link between 60,000 residents of Olney and schools in Metro. So again, we thank everybody for continuing to support this project. We have reviewed the mandatory referral and water quality plan ourselves. We did want to state for the record that we are overall very pleased with the recommendations that have been reiterated during this last hour. We fully support those recommendations and endorse them as well. We do have one design comment. This comment was actually raised at the very beginning of this session of the meeting by the vice chair regarding the safety of the crossing at Breedy Road. With the group's permission, I am going to share my screen. I believe you also have this as a handout. Move my notes here. We are currently viewing the section of the trail where the proposed signalized crossing would go in at Breedy Road. This is at the bottom of the Norbeck Grove community. It's before we reach the upper Rock Creek Park and Special Protected Area. Greater Olney Civic Association respectfully disagrees with the recommendation to put a signalized traffic signal at this intersection. We believe quite strongly that a more appropriate course of action would be to install a hawk signal crossing, which would come out right at the end of the current location where the Upper Rock Creek Trail hits Bowie Mill Road. Our thinking on this is a couple different points. First is, while we appreciate and fully agree that we do need protection for this crossing, we're concerned that the proposed traffic signal at this intersection, it's a four-way intersection. Obviously, traffic on Bowie Mill would continue, and we have traffic from Bluebell Lane and from Breedy Road. So you have vehicular traffic coming in from four different directions. I think Joe Fritsch had mentioned earlier that there was a potential concern about whether bicyclists and pedestrians would be able to trigger traffic signal change. We believe that a hawk signal at the end of the trail, where this is highlighted in yellow, would be more appropriate for a number of reasons. The first is what I would call a common sense approach. Most folks that are coming down from the North Branch Trail, I think instinctively are not going to want to double back up toward Olney and then have to reach signalized crossing to then come back and continue south toward Muncaster Mill Road. By putting a hawk crossing right here, there's no double back. There's no additional travel back toward Olney to return in the opposite direction. And importantly, this is a completely protected crossing. This crossing would be inactive unless it's needed. I think we're all familiar with how the hawk system works. We have plenty of examples that have worked quite well in the county. Basically, this signal would remain dark unless it's needed. And if and when it's needed, it would stop traffic in all directions. In this case, it would only have to be two directions. So you would have a red light effectively that would stop all vehicles. It would allow for a fully protected crossing for pedestrians and bicyclists to use when it's needed, and it would allow traffic to continue when it's not. And we think this is very important because it ensures that all cars stop all the time when needed, but it's not necessarily used when it's not. Drawing on my personal experience, and this is not scientific, this is admittedly from my experience living in this area for the better part of 12 years now, the intersection at Breedy and Bluebell does get busy during rush hour, morning and evening rush, but the vast majority of the day, this is a very low volume intersection. And we're concerned that by adding a traffic light here, you're going to create some unintended consequences, and you're also going to create the potential, and I think we heard this from our previous testimony, where cars that are coming down from the side streets that are turning left may look right, may not be looking for bicyclists. And I actually agree with that comment. And for that reason, we believe that the hawk signal is a more appropriate measure. So again, our comment here would be to eliminate or at least, eliminate, we'll call the south side section of this path. That would encourage users to continue and cross at a protected hawk signal. We have no objection continuing the path here to the intersection. Indeed, I think it's a good call because we have sidewalks in a neighborhood right up the road, so there's no recommendation to remove that. But we do strongly believe that a hawk signal would be the most appropriate in this location.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. So I'd like now to have DOT come up and also and have staff stay and respond as best as possible to many of these comments, and also bring up your slide. Remember, you had a slide that had community comments, and if you can, all the parties talk through them as, okay. Maybe you can introduce yourselves. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Park. I'm with Transportation Unit Manager with MCDOT.
Good morning. My name is Pat Coppage. I'm the design PM with the consultant JMT.
Okay, great. So,
And we'll also have Ms. Jean Kapusnik, who is the project manager of Bowie Mill Road project.
perfect. If she thinks she will be testifying, she should come on up, please. Okay,
Mr.
yeah,
Mr.
can you?
Chair,
Yeah.
if I may,
Yeah.
for the record, the final design for this project will be, we're anticipating completing this final design end of this year, not early 2024. I just wanted to point it out. And also, before the end of before we complete the final design, we will have a public meeting and public hearing. Those are the two opportunities to we'll get more feedback from the communities and residents, and we'll address their concerns and comments in the final design.
Would you like to give any testimony or responses to some of the
No,
testimony?
I just wanted to provide that information.
Okay. So what is, I mean, I thank you. This is an important bikeway to have, and so we appreciate you guys moving forward on that. But I would like to say that it appears that the comments from the community, they may not have been very involved in early on in the design of this, and we really would want you to not just have those community meetings once you're still further along. Is that there are a lot of testimony now, their concerns or things that they like and things that they think
Sure.
should change, and we would recommend that you have a community meeting as soon as possible
Sure.
to address a lot of the comments that we have today. And then one other piece is I'd like, staff, or I don't know if it's appropriate to talk this hawk signal that, they brought up, the pros and cons of that from a transportation safety point of view, okay?
Eli Glacier, for the record, I would defer to design staff on sort of the conversations and technical considerations that went into their thinking on that.
Sure. Hi, Pat Coppage, JMT. I just want to kind of comment. It was a great, concept that was brought up by Daniel here today. One item we need to touch on is the signal that is being proposed at Breedy and Bluebell is being proposed because there actually is a full signal warrant. So when you're trying to propose a signal, you need to go through the Maryland MUTCD process, and then if a signal warrant is triggered because of the threshold of a certain volume of vehicles or certain pedestrian movements, then the signal can go forward. So that analysis took place, I believe, back in 2018 time period for that signal to be included. That doesn't necessarily fully preclude the use of a hawk signal. There could be a use of an interconnect. It's going to take traffic engineering analysis to consider that to move forward. I think there are, the only other two things in that area that I want to mention is it is a downhill section kind of coming from both sides. So from a hawk signal, we need to be very sure that any drivers on the roadway are able to make their stop, as they're kind of viewing the overall traffic signal at Breedy and Bluebell, if that were to go in. They need to make sure they have awareness of the hawk signal if it were to be a red signal for them to stop. Another factor is the way Daniel had that kind of concept laid out. I believe it could work the way it's shown. There is one key element is the HOA there has a stormwater facility that requires vehicular access from Bowie Mill back to their facility for maintenance. So whatever we do, we need to make sure that our design does not impact that access for the vehicles to get back there and maintain that stormwater facility.
So it sounds like there's still, you could still consider that as part of the overall piece, or you're just, I'm just saying, I'm asking
Well,
what.
I think one important consideration that Pat raised is the fact that if the Bowie Mill project wasn't happening at
Right.
all, this signal would still be warranted
right.
for pure traffic reasons.
Right.
But I think Mr. Rubenstein raises an interesting concern. I think there is the potential, like he said, for people who are using the trail to not divert, not detour to Breedy Road. So the potential to interlink or to potentially include another sort of pedestrian signal at the closest point, the most convenient point to cross from the North Branch Trail could be beneficial as well. And I'll defer to Jackie on more.
Yes, Jackie Hoban for the record. I would agree with what Eli was saying, and Parks and DOT will continue to coordinate on the design. We'll, hear what the transportation analysis has to say about the practicality of that. And you're absolutely right, Daniel, that people are going to want to take the shortest path and maybe not take that quarter-mile detour up and around. So I think it's definitely worth investigating. Our trails team commented on making sort of like the safest connection possible. So we'll continue to coordinate with DOT and investigate that
Yeah,
potential.
great. I clearly heard you say that a signal is warranted because of that, but the other pieces, if you could consider. The only other piece I have to ask is that staff had recommended that there's some obstruction, given the width of the bike lane isn't always what it technically would ideally want it to be, and the width of the shoulder, not the shoulder, what do you call the ditch, or isn't as wide as those, any obstructions that make the already somewhat narrower path feel narrower. We really would like you to look into, if I know there's some maybe cost because you move electric pole or whatever, but if you can at least take those comments, consider those comments, because we don't want a narrow path that already may be not as wide as we would like it to be. So, but I'm really excited about the bikeway, but I really feel to include and study further the residents' comments and make sure you're bringing them on right away so that they don't feel that they brought in at the last minute. So those are my general comments. Is there other comments from staff? I mean, from the commissioners. Thank you.
I just think that that's a great project. And, I think the comments that commission staff have provided, they make sense. And I know that we staff working together very well to accommodate as many as those comments that we have. And I'm very happy to hear that you're going to consider the Hawk, the Hawk system. At least it's worth to see that if it makes sense, because the issues that Mr. Rubenstein brought in, it does make sense. Mm-hmm. So let's see that when you consider the other traffic light with this one, if it could make it possible to use just the Hawk system and not the other one. And it's probably, I do not know, maybe cost-wise is even better and works better for people also. So leave it to your judgment. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the project, and we are looking forward to see it and using it. I know that area very well. So I think it's needed. It's a good project. Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
I like working with people that take most of my comments before I get a chance to make them. It's really good. On a personal level, I would like to have this connection so that I can bike over to Olney, and that would make me a very happy person. I have seen really, personally near my neighborhood, the ability of the Hawk signal to really slow down traffic, protect people that are crossing in places that people sometimes will cross where they're going to cross, whether or not we'd prefer them to cross in safer, better spots. We've had a lot of success in our neighborhood. It's not the same. This is a rural connector, but we've seen benefits to that as well. I did want to come back to a couple of the comments and just sort of reemphasize things the staff had said. A protected crossing, I think, at the elementary school is very important to really study and take some thought to. if it's a raised crosswalk, if it's a signalized of some kind, some sort of benefit there, I think is helpful. I walk my kids to school every day, and it's having those kind of protected things is very, very helpful. Pedestrian islands, whatever the case may be in that particular area. The turning radii, also an important thing, I think, to take some thought to slowing down traffic that's coming. Those are pretty, along that road is a pretty, it's pretty open. It's pretty easy to make a fast turn into there. I think if we have this and we have increased pedestrian and bicycle access, it's going to be important to really tighten those turning radiuses and make sure that people slow down and have the option there. So just to reemphasize that point as well. And then I know Eli mentioned it, extending that into the Olney and connecting it to the pathway on Olney Laytonsville Road as well. Those little short pieces that we just don't. We always get sometimes we get those little short chunks and sections that don't quite connect to other things, and it can really sort of disrupt, flow of people from one area to other. So as much as we can sort of take those things into account and concentrate on those in the design, I think will be helpful. So just to reemphasize some of the other comments. Otherwise, I think it's great. I think it's a good project. So appreciate it, everybody.
Commissioner Linden. Okay, well, we'll just, so if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion?
Apologies already. I was trying to get off mute.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I have been actively listening, believe it or not, and I don't have any real comments or questions. I just wanted to thank the team, and I think all the comments and questions I had were already addressed by others. So thanks, and just to reiterate, this seems like a great project, desperately needed, and hope it can move through design as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I have one additional comment before you vote on this. I think some of the testimony referred to, both written and oral testimony referred to some of the speeding issues that are apparent on Bowie Mill Road and concerns about the effect of putting this facility in for pedestrians and bicyclists based on that speeding and those concerns and the potential issues from a traffic perspective or a speeding, like it would make speeding worse to do some of the things that we're talking about here. And I think maybe there's an opportunity for DOT to investigate additional traffic calming or other things that improve roadway safety at the same time as providing this dedicated bicycle pedestrian space. So the Complete Streets Design Guide does provide there is a toolkit of some horizontal and vertical traffic calming options that could be used. That might not be 100% appropriate for these types of streets, but just to investigate the potential for that sort of thing would be helpful, I think, to lowering the observed speeds that people are experiencing out on the road closer to the posted speed and the design speed for the roadway. So
just out of curiosity, what could that look like? And it's not speed bumps. It's what is, just out of curiosity? Do you have a sense of?
I mean, it could be as simple as a signage
Yeah.
or flashing lights or chevron signage. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I was going to respond to Eli's comment that it is our intention and plan to coordinate with the traffic engineers to resolve the current issues on this road in terms of speeding and if there's some blind spots, we'd like to address them now. So
Could it be as much as reducing the speed limit, or like,
so again.
Yeah, you'll look into.
We will look into it,
Okay.
but I just want to be clear that we'll be coordinating with the traffic engineers
Okay.
to resolve the issues.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and sometimes, because this project has a specific budget, I think it's a very good idea to coordinate. And sometimes they may create some other projects, or they can add it like intersection improvements, or some other CIP that they could fund some of these, and it would be sometimes more cost effective if we can do all of those, if it is minor work together. Yeah.
Okay, so I like to say, so it's the motion, we'll have a motion for each, but one is the mandatory referral, and it's to approve sending comments to DOT with the comments by staff, and including a comment on looking into traffic calming measures to reduce speed, and also to, we talked about having more contact with the community, because that was one of the, and also looking into the comments.
hawk signal, yeah.
And the hawk signal, yeah. So do I have a motion to?
Absolutely. So move that we approve and transmit the comments to DOT
For the mandatory referral.
for the mandatory referral. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it. And this, do I have a motion to approve the preliminary / water quality plan number, what is it? MR 2023016 with conditions?
Move that we approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it. So thank you so much. We look forward to the project, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for coming, MCDOT, and thank you for the people that presented and provided testimony today. Thank you very much. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll start with our next session. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, public hearing for Corso's Chevy Chase preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have Mr. Gatling from planning staff here to present the report, and we also have our client and team here this morning. So, Mr. Gatling, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Saquon Gatling with Down County, here to present the preliminary plan 1, 2024-0020, site plan 8, 2024-0030, and final forest conservation plan F, 2024-0110 for Corso Chevy Chase. And with this, we also have a floating zone plan amendment, which we will discuss in the coming slides. As the chair stated, staff is recommending approval of these plans as well as, with conditions, as well as approval of the floating zone plan amendment. The proposed development is sited at 7100 Connecticut Avenue, which is a Maryland State Highway, and is less than a half a mile south of Maryland 410 East-West Highway as well. The property is 13.6 acres and is within the town of Chevy Chase and the commercial residential neighborhood floating zone. This was established as part of the previous LMA approval. The property is abutted on all sides by the R60 zone, however, and is neighbored by the neighborhoods and communities of Chevy Chase Section 5 and Chevy Chase Section 3, as you can see on this map on the screen. All of this lies within the 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan area. Zooming in a bit closer to the site, on the left, you can see the property is currently developed with service parking lots and buildings that previously served as the 4-H national headquarters, and the campus-style structure will not be too dissimilar to the circulation that will be proposed as part of the proposed development. On the right side of the screen, you can see the frontage along Connecticut Avenue, which is currently showing the exit at the south end of the campus. I'll also note that on the screen, on the map to the left, you can see the historic Stefano Lozafone house in orange. I just wanted to note its proximity, but it's not proposed to be affected by this application as well. This project may be familiar to some members of the board as it came to the board last year in March of 2023 at the local map amendment stage, during which the board recommended approval for rezoning and approved the preliminary forest conservation plan. The LMA was subsequently approved by the County Council in June of 2023. Prior to that, the uses on the site were established as a special exception dating back to the mid-1960s, which were associated with the National 4-H Club and associated utilities and telecommunications on site. I will note that the telecommunications use is proposed to be retained as is permitted as a limited use in the CRNF zone. Moving on to the current development proposal, the applicant is proposing to create one lot for up to 700,000 square feet of density, a majority of which would be used for the residential care facility with unit breakdowns as shown on the screen. 15% MPDUs are required as part of the development as well, given the location in the high-income planning area. As I mentioned in the previous slide, the telecommunication antennas will be retained from the existing use and included as well, and following construction will be located atop Building B on the proposed development. As described in detail in the staff report and the site plan findings, the site plan is accompanied by an amendment to the previously approved floating zone plan. This amendment serves to identify both the temporary and permanent antenna locations on the site on the floating zone plan itself. Within the full context of the previously approved LMA, these items were located throughout the sheet set. However, we needed to locate them on the certified floating zone plan, just as that serves as their plan of record to locate structures on site. This was a small part that was overlooked, so we'll make that correction and have that sent to the record for the LMA as well. Regarding circulation and access, Thornapple Street to the north of the site is owned and maintained by the town of Chevy Chase, and as required by the town, the applicant will improve the existing 4-foot sidewalk with periodic ADA passing zones of 5 feet in width in compliance with the recently updated standards, and will also have a 7-foot vegetative buffer that will remain. On Connecticut Avenue, which is owned and operated by MDOT SHA, we'll have an 11-foot side path, which will be shared by cyclists and pedestrians, as well as an 8-foot vegetated buffer. As required by the binding elements of the LMA, all vehicular access to and from the site will occur on Connecticut Avenue as shown by the blue arrows on the screen here. And this two-way driveway configuration meets all required findings as is. However, I will note that MDOT SHA is also exploring the option to enhance this intersection with a signal, which I will discuss on the following slide. So this slide continues to show the same circulation and access, but includes the potential design of a signalized access intersection at Taylor Street and Connecticut Avenue. As part of ongoing coordination to address access and circulation concerns raised by the town in sections 3 and 5 of Chevy Chase, the applicant developed multiple concepts for a signalized intersection at the site entrance on Connecticut Avenue and Taylor Street, and these options were presented to the town, village, planning, MCDOT, and SHA. At that time, consensus was reached on option C2 revised, which is shown on the screen now, which includes some key elements I will point out. First, I want to note that there are signals here represented by these triangular figures, which occur along Taylor Street and Connecticut Avenue. There's controlled inbound and outbound access at the site's northern driveway, so entrance and exits to the north direction only. And to the south, there is exit to the southbound direction as well. I also wanted to note that there's improved and relocated pedestrian crossings. Previously, there was a pedestrian crossing located to the south. Here, this will be removed and replaced with pedestrian crossings across Taylor Street, across Connecticut, and across the site's entrance and exits. And there's also a new median closure on Connecticut Avenue, which prevents northbound egress movements from the site's south exit, so that you can't make that north maneuver. If there's further questions, we have our transportation planner here to further describe how the operation of the signal will work. So MDOT SHA will make their final review of this proposed signal and intersection design at time of right-of-way permit, which is their established practice. It is important to note that the site's access is safe and adequate and efficient without the proposed signal. However, staff, MCDOT, and the town support the use of signalization to further enhance the safety, and we do defer to MDOT SHA on the final decision in this case. And as conditioned by the staff report, if MDOT SHA does not approve this signal, the applicant is required to notify the town, village, and planning staff just to keep us all aware of how this will unfold. So these few slides have been shown previously at the LMA stage, but I wanted to share them again just to show how the proposed development fits in the context of the neighborhood, both in scale and design, as well as the maintaining and enhancing of the vegetative buffer and tree plantings. This first image here is across Connecticut Avenue, just south of Taylor Street, looking to the left at the proposed development. Image number 2 shows the site proposed development across the street along Taylor Street, looking towards the entrance. And here, image number 3 is looking across Thornapple Street, just across the forest conservation easement into the site. This is a little bit closer on Thornapple Street to the left, across the forest conservation easement, showing the screenings. Of course, in the spring and summer, there'll be more leafed out trees to help further enhance that screening. And again, image 5 shows a street level view near the pedestrian entrance for the southern portion of the site. The final forest conservation plan is consistent with the previously approved preliminary forest conservation plan and maintains the previous proposed easement as shown in yellow, as well as mitigation plantings throughout the site and enhancements to the forest planting area as well. As for communication and community outreach, as part of the application process, the applicant completed all required signposting on site and met all written notice requirements and held pre-submittal meetings as well as additional meetings with the community throughout the process. At the LMA stage, there was discussion regarding community concerns, which focused on site access and stormwater management. And following that 2023 Planning Board hearing, the town of Chevy Chase coordinated with the applicant, planning staff, and reviewing agencies to look for solutions to address these concerns, particularly safety and efficiency of site access, as demonstrated by the conversation we had regarding the signalized intersection, which MDOT SHA will review. And the town also expressed their requirement and their wish for all stormwater management to be met on site. This was outlined in the town of Chevy Chase's letter in support of the development, which was included as an attachment to the staff report, which the board should have received today. Staff would also like to note that we greatly appreciate the effort the town of Chevy Chase, as well as sections 3 and 5, Todd, Mayor Lane, Vice Mayor Rush also helped to shape this project and just make it the best project it could be today. Regarding site access, although staff can't condition approval of a signalized intersection, as this is a state highway, and MDOT SHAs has found jurisdiction on that, we did include conditional approval I described previously to just complete that loop and have communication throughout the process, so the town is aware and we are aware of what gets approved. As far as stormwater management, the applicant has received DPS approval of their concept without the use of waivers, so all requirements are being met on site. Per standard DPS procedure, this will be further reviewed at time of detailed site plan, and DPS and MDOT SHA were invited today to address any questions the board may have or community members may have. Sorry, one more addition. In addition to our previous outreach with Chevy Chase, staff also received a letter of concern from the community members following posting of the staff report. These were shared with the board and generally address site access and proposed commercial usage on the site. And I just wanted, in response to that, staff has been able to make the appropriate findings for each of these topics at both the LMA stage and here with the current applications today. Site access has been found to be safe, adequate, and efficient, and development was found to be compatible with the zoning and master plan recommendations for the area. So with that, we believe that the proposed development remains in compliance with the previous findings. And finally, before getting to review our recommendations, we do have a slight update to the site plan conditions of approval. This is an update to site plan condition of approval 18A. Just to note that we need to show both the temporary and permanent antennas on that floating zone plan amendment. And with that, staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan, site plan, and final forest conservation plans with conditions as updated today, and approval of the amendment to the floating zone plan, as we find that these plans satisfy the zoning requirements and all applicable regulatory documents. With that, concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll take public testimony now. We have Ms. Lane and Ms. Wilson here. Could you come up and provide your testimony? Thank you. Please state your name and provide your testimony.
Hello, my name is Irene Lane. I'm the mayor of the town of Chevy Chase. Good afternoon, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about this important project, which represents an exciting opportunity for the town to integrate a senior living facility into our community. We eagerly anticipate welcoming these new residents to our town. First, we want to thank the county planning staff and the Corso Chevy Chase development team for their collaborative and responsive approach during the site plan development process. As this large-scale project marked a significant occasion for both our town council and residents, we took many proactive steps to respond to the development and to ensure our interests were met. We engaged and solicited feedback from residents, formed an advisory committee with expertise in commercial real estate development, and consulted technical professionals to address our questions and concerns. We are proud of how our town met the moment and again express our appreciation to both the planning staff and the applicant for their valuable partnership. In alignment with our letter of December 18th, the town endorses the conditional approval by the Planning Board for the site plan application. In our letter, we noted two outstanding issues for which we asked the Planning Board to seek additional assurances in your approval of the application. These issues relate to stormwater management and site access, and we are pleased to note that the planning staff report addresses both issues while acknowledging that further details need to be developed. Regarding stormwater management, we commend the concept plan for addressing the town's concerns by providing that the 10-year peak flow will not exceed the pre-project condition. We also want to thank the Department of Permitting Services for its careful review of this plan. which will ensure that the integrity and functionality of the existing storm drain system is maintained, thereby preventing adverse impacts on neighboring properties. The town endorses the planning staff's recommended condition of approval, which mandates the applicant's compliance with the recommendations of the Department of Permitting Services. Regarding site access, uncertainties remain regarding a resolution by the State Highway Administration. We continue to advocate for a signalized intersection at Corso's access point. This measure is crucial for safe pedestrian crossings and vehicular turning movements, including a safe means for cars leaving Corso to turn onto northbound Connecticut Avenue. Such considerations are vital to prevent cut-through traffic in our neighborhoods and ensure safety along the Connecticut Avenue corridor between Bradley Lane and East-West Highway. The latest site access concept plan includes signalization and enjoys support from the town, Section 3 of the Village of Chevy Chase, and the applicant. It has also been formally acknowledged in writing as a potential improvement by MDOT-SHA pending further study. We appreciate the planning staff's strong support for this further full signalization, as stated in Section 3 of the staff report. We also appreciate the staff's recommended condition of approval, which obliges the applicant to communicate any final decisions regarding the traffic operations of the access point on Connecticut Avenue to both the town of Chevy Chase and Section 3 of the Village of Chevy Chase before issuance of the related right-of-way permit by MDOT-SHA. However, we also ask that the planning board make clear in paragraph 7 of the stated conditions that a full signalization should be installed at this location. In addition to endorsing the proposed conditions concerning stormwater management and site access, the town appreciates and supports all other conditions of approval presented by planning staff. We commend the staff for delivering a comprehensive and thoughtful report and appreciate the planning board's consideration of our comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Ms. Wilson.
My name's Carolyn Wilson. Two issues which could be corrected by Corso would make the development much more attractive to the residents of Section 3, where I've lived for the past 30 years. There has never been retail shops on Connecticut Avenue between Chevy Chase Circle and East-West Highway. There is a thriving shopping district south of the Circle and north of East-West Highway. A mere 3 blocks away down Taylor Street, Corso residents would discover a grocery store, pharmacy, hairdresser, dry cleaner, luncheonette, and French restaurant. Traditionally, senior housing complexes offer in-house amenities like banks and hairdressers. These businesses do not rely on external customers. Corso stated it wanted to help enliven Connecticut Avenue with retail. I would suggest Corso be a little more humble in its approach to the avenue and more respectful to the residents who live there. Corso's success does not depend on the retail aspect of this project. It will be very profitable even without it. So one has to wonder who will profit from the new commercial zoning on Connecticut Avenue. Perhaps the planning board, perhaps the council. Could this be a Trojan horse to eliminate single-family housing as proposed in Thrive? Could this open the door for other retailers and high-rises? It's a valid concern. The planning board to vote to rezone 7100 Connecticut Avenue for commercial use has revealed the county's intentions. From the Corby Mansion to the Chevy Chase Club to the most modest bungalows along Connecticut Avenue and Section 3 are all harmonious because of the landscaping and the lighting, the subdued lighting. The Corso project could fit in nicely as well, despite its size, if Corso toned down its street presence and gave Connecticut Avenue the same tree canopy as the town is getting. The town will increase their tax base substantially with the addition of the Corso project, and yet the town will not have to bear any of the burden. In addition to their tree canopy on all 3 adjacent streets, they will not have any vehicle access into any of the streets. I applaud the town, by the way, for their good fortune. I only hope the rest of us in Chevy Chase are as lucky, and Corso will take the opportunity to enrich our community while respecting its existing character by withdrawing its request for commercial zoning and line the avenue with hedges, trees, and shrubs. The Section 3 Council supports the signal at Taylor Street. I live on Taylor Street. The residents do not support the signal at all. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you so much for your testimony. We have one on team, Stephen Matthias.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Stephen Matthias. My wife, my children, and I have lived in Chevy Chase Section 3 on Taylor Street across Connecticut Avenue, opposite the former 4-H property for more than 25 years. Let's assume for the moment that we all believe that a new 700,000 square foot senior living facility would be a positive development for the Down County community. Even in that case, it is necessary to ensure that the property on which it would be constructed has sufficient infrastructure for it to operate without damage to the surrounding community. That is not the situation of the proposed Corso development. Chevy Chase Section 3, across the road from the proposed development, was developed over 120 years ago. Many of its residences front little more than 30 feet from Connecticut Avenue. The local streets are narrow. On Taylor Street, two cars cannot pass each other going in opposite directions. Connecticut Avenue itself is backed up on both weekdays and weekends, sometimes as far south as the DC line and as far north as the Beltway. To add hundreds of residents, employees, visitors, customers, and the cars in which they would arrive, including in the small hours of the morning, into such a situation would be to knowingly and deliberately create problems for local residents in terms of safety, noise, and congestion, and cause further delays to those traveling on Connecticut Avenue. I want to note that I agree with the comments that Carolyn Wilson just made about commercial activity, but I have two further suggestions to make. First, I understand that the developers plan to build the development in 2 phases. I suggest that the planning board condition its approval for the part of the site plan relating to phase 2 to a review to be done following the completion of phase 1. This review could assess the effects of phase 1 on traffic, noise, and congestion. If the effect has been significant, phase 2 could proceed. So my first proposal to the planning board is to do no more than conditionally move on the site plan as it relates to phase 2, or to take other action with a similar consequence. And this might include approving only phase 1 at this time. Second, while currently a median strip separates the north and southbound lanes of Connecticut Avenue at the development site, the site plan provides direct access from the Corso development across Connecticut Avenue onto Taylor Street and through Chevy Chase Section 3 to Brookville Road, a through street with commercial activity, making Taylor Street a secondary access road to and from the development. I propose that the board not approve a site plan that moves the ingress and egress points from the Corso development to align with Taylor Street. Taylor Street, and indeed Section 3 in general, is in no position to absorb added traffic. Its houses are modest by Chevy Chase standards, and many of its residents are parents of young children. Its streets are narrow, with intersections that are difficult for modern vehicles to maneuver, and it is already absorbing increased traffic from development further up Connecticut Avenue. The residents of Taylor Street oppose both the elimination of the median and the proposal of a traffic signal at Taylor Street. Even in the case of the much smaller 4-H development, it was seen best to prevent direct access to and from Taylor Street. To change the rules now for the much larger Corso development would be to change irrevocably and for the worse the volume of traffic on the 120-year-old street and the nature of Section 3 itself.
Mr. Matthias, can you finish up in the next 15 seconds or so? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry if I went a bit over. I thank the planning board for its attention, and I request its consideration of my proposals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think that's all that's testifying. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Steve Robbins with the law firm of Lurch, Brewer. I'm pleased to be here representing Corso DC LLC, the applicant for the preliminary plan, site plan, forest conservation plan, and the amendment to the floating zone plan that are before you today. I am here today with my colleague Liz Rogers. also of Lurch, Early and Brewer. With us here today also are Grant Epstein to Liz's immediate left with Community 3, and to my immediate right, Tim Gary with Gallery Senior Living on behalf of the applicants. We also have Jim Soltesz, Timothy Hoffman, and Keely Loretti with Soltesz Engineers, Planners, and Landscape Architects for the project. And then to Grant's immediate left is Sarah Alexander with Torty Gallus, our project architect. And back in the audience, of course, is Nancy Randall with Wells and Associates, our traffic consultant and transportation consultant. As a preliminary matter, I too would like to acknowledge the efforts of staff that participated in the evaluation of these applications. Thanks to Saquon Gatling for his hard work. He always works hard. He's very detail-oriented, and we very much appreciate the leadership he has shown on this project. I'd also like to thank Katie Mancarini, Ariel Zayala, of course, Stephanie Dickel, and also Elza Haza McCoy. They've been intimately involved in these applications, and their leadership certainly shows. We'd also like to acknowledge the collaborative efforts of the Town of Chevy Chase and Section 3 leaders and elected officials. In particular, Town Manager Todd Hoffman and Section 3 Manager Andy Harney. We had a collaborative and very positive working relationship to get us all to where we are today. We appreciate their support for the project. They should be commended. As you heard, the applicant is seeking approval of the various plans to implement the local map amendment, which the Planning Board previously reviewed and recommended approval, and the Council thereafter approved on June 13th, 2023, to rezone the property from the R60 to the CRNF zone to accommodate the redevelopment of this longstanding institutional use with a senior housing and living community. The application also allows for the continuation of the antennas that have existed on the roof for the existing buildings for several decades, which will only need to be temporarily located during construction. As mentioned, the plans before you today are the result of a substantial amount of collaborative work with Park and Planning staff, the Town of Chevy Chase, Section 3 leaders, and the community that occurred during the previous LMA application. Reflective of all the efforts that went into the LMA, the applications that are before you today are essentially identical to the plans that the Planning Board voted to approve as part of the LMA on March 9th, 2023. Saquon has given a great overview of the property and the project. As noted, a unique feature of the property is the dense existing forest that surrounds the property on all three sides and provides both the visual and physical buffer from the surrounding residential community, which you are maintaining and preserving with our application, much of which will be in a Category 1 conservation easement. As such, there are limited views to the building from the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant has paid particular attention to ensuring compatibility of the project's design with the surrounding neighborhood, and again, has worked with all the various stakeholders to make sure that this happens. Also, and I think a very important aspect of this project is the work that was put into the access issues and parking issues, working with the town, with Section 3, with your staff, with DOT, and of course with SHA to come up with, I think, with a very collaborative and reasonable approach as it relates to the access point. This was really a very collaborative and successful effort. What I'd like to do is I'd like to just turn this over to Tim Gary to say a few words, and then for Grant also to address the board as well. So Tim.
Thank you. I'm Tim Gary, the CEO of Gallery Living. We've been in operation since 1996 and have developed the Corso brand, which is a very high-end luxury senior living product. We want to thank you for everyone's hard work. I have watched everyone diligently work through this project, and so I want to turn this over to Grant. He's our partner, Community 3, and he's worked diligently with all the community and all of our communications with the neighbors. So I'll let Grant take it from here.
Thank you. Again, thank you to staff for all of their hard work. As Steve noted, we've expended significant efforts before, during, and certainly after the LMA application to engage the community and get feedback on the plans. And we believe that this meaningful community outreach was treated as a success, and for this application to move forward. We're pleased to have the Town of Chevy Chase and Section 3 support for this application, and given that the property is located within the town municipal boundaries and our commitment to being a good neighbor and it being a part of this community long-term. Since the LMA, we've also spent a lot of time and effort working on access and parking. We've restricted vehicular access via Connecticut Avenue, essentially maintaining the long-standing site access that is there today. We work closely with SHA, DOT, and the town and Section 3 on the final design, which still needs some work. That intersection will require further review and ultimately approval by SHA. And during the subsequent right-of-way permitting process, we've taken these plans as far as we can, and we will continue to develop them as we move forward. The project has been carefully designed to provide compatible building heights as approved in the LMA, and the architecture that complements the character of the surrounding residential neighborhoods. The architecture design evokes an inviting residential quality of home. That was our intent from the start, and we think that we have come a long way to achieving that. The project also provides high-quality amenities, including some neighborhood-serving commercial uses that will be opened up to the community. This interaction is critical to the success of the senior living community, as interaction creates healthier, longer, dignified lives. We're pleased with this project, and it has all been made better by this collaborative effort. And we are excited about the fact of delivering senior housing to a site that really, really needs it and a neighborhood that will accept it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would note that we do have our project architect here. Saquon has given an extremely detailed presentation. He's shown many of the slides that we have on our PowerPoint. So unless you would like to see some of these slides, we could keep moving forward, and then we could also answer any questions that you have. I would note, as staff mentioned, the project implements many of the goals and recommendations of the master plan, which includes an emphasis on meeting the housing and servicing the needs of the elderly. To this end, the project includes a variety of unit sizes and layouts with 3 levels of care, including independent living, assisted living, and memory care, to allow residents of the surrounding community to age in place. And this is really important, and this is a great use for the property. We agree that the project substantially conforms to the master plan. We also concur with the findings contained in the staff report and are in agreement with staff's recommendations and their conditions for approval of all of the pending applications, including the one modification that Saquon showed you for, I can't remember which condition it was. Was it 18? 18 of the site plan. We agree with staff's recommendations that the various plans meet all the standards and requirements contained in the zoning ordinance, the subdivision regulations, and forest conservation law to allow the planning board to make all of the necessary findings, including but not limited to the adequacy of public facilities, to approve the preliminary plan, site plan, forest conservation plan, and the amendment to the floating zone plan. For these reasons, we respectfully request approval of all of these plans and would be happy to answer any questions you have. And lastly, we look forward to honestly moving forward with this project and breaking ground in the very near future. I can say I've worked on a lot of projects, and all of them are exciting in their own way, but this project really is extremely special, and it's very exciting, and I think it's even more exciting given the collaborative efforts that have gone on to work not only with the town of Chevy Chase, but also with Section 3 and community leaders to get to where we are today. So I think it's something that we can all be very proud of. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to give the other board members opportunity for comments or questions before I give mine.
I just have one question. Is the existing building completely removed? I wasn't sure if it's going to be reused or is it completely would be demolished?
Yes, they will be removed.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? No? Mr. Linden, question, comments?
No questions on my end. Just thanks to the applicant and to our team. Looks like a great project.
Yeah, so just, yeah, thank you. This is a wonderful project for a number of reasons. For me, it's bringing 480 or so senior living units to the county, which is so needed. And given my parents, they're of that age, it is so needed. All different levels of care. I just had one question about the public use space. It said that you have 10% public use space. Could someone show me on a plan what that space is? Yeah, or
I don't think we have the public use space on the PowerPoint, but there,
You had, early on, you had a, like an illustrative site plan, just out of curiosity. Just someone to describe the
Sure,
public
sure.
use
While we're waiting for a plan, it is primarily along the northern edge, along Thornapple, where there is an existing large tree save that's there that will also be put into the Category 1 forest conservation easement. But it comes around Connecticut Avenue, includes the entryway and the areas around the entryway and fountain areas at the access point for the project at Connecticut. Makes kind of a big L around the site.
Okay. So forest conservation could be part of public use space, is that what?
there's a pathway that cuts through the forest conservation easement, so it sort of bisects the easement and leads the pedestrian along the site into this L, as was described by Grant, to these public spaces here.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Also, the telecommunications, there's going to be a tower in one of the buildings, is that what it is? And okay.
Yes, there's currently a tower on a building now. During construction, it'll be ground mounted just for demolition of buildings, and it will be relocated to a building following construction of phase one.
Okay, great. It's a very attractive design. I think it would blend well with this with the community. Based on what I've seen, you did a lot of community engagement, which is very, very important. And so I have no other comments. I look forward to the project being built and seniors living in the project. So if there are no other questions or comments from the board, do I have a motion for approval? Do we have to have?
Let's do 3 because the site plan has that modification.
Okay, will do. So do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan number 120240020? Okay, and then we'll do, and add the forest conservation with it. And forest conservation plan number 220230410 with approval with conditions.
No. Well, we're going to do the site plan separate. Okay. Move that we approve a preliminary plan number 1, 2024-0020, and forest conservation plan number F, 2023-0410.
I second.
Any discussion? If none, do I have all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. So that's 4-0. And do I have a motion for approval of site plan 820240030 with approval with conditions and the amendment that the staff to the LMA and to the other, was it 18 or on page 18?
Condition 18.
Condition 18.
Yeah, condition 18.
Move that we approve the site plan 2024-0030, approval with conditions, including the modification to 18.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Well, thank you so much. And
Mr. Chair, did you also include the amendment to the floating zone plan?
yes,
And I didn't hear it.
in the site plan, yeah, in the
Okay,
approval
just
to the
wanted to make sure
change, yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, for the record, it was part of that. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Have a great day.
We're going to take a lunch break now and be back at. We'll be back at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, State Legislative Update, where our General Counsel, Deborah Borden, will go over 4 bills this morning that she'd like us to consider and comment on. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the board. Again, for the record, Deborah Borden, General Counsel. I have 4 bills for you this afternoon. The first bill is HB 131, cross-filed as SB 199, Housing Development Permit Applications, Local Reporting Requirements. This bill has been introduced by Delegate Stewart, and we have been working with him for a couple of months on this bill, actually. He came to us and showed us the bill, which we were really grateful for. And we had some concerns about the language. We weren't sure whether the bill was only referring to reporting of building permits for housing, that the delegate was trying to get data gathered for that. The original language of the bill seemed to suggest it was just building permits, but when we asked him about it, he said no, he was really trying to get building permits and development review approvals. So we've suggested some language to include that, to clarify that. We've also suggested some language to talk about the threshold that would trigger the reporting requirement. The original threshold was 250,000 population. So that would include, the largest counties basically in Maryland. So we've actually recommended that maybe they should use a threshold that's based on permits issued in a year. More than 50 residential permits a year should trigger the reporting requirement. We had a discussion at the board in Prince George's earlier today, and Commissioner Dorner, who is a researcher, suggested that we talk to the delegate about removing the threshold at all. Because when you're gathering data, having a gap in that data means that you're going to have a gap in your analysis. And so we did promise to at least have that conversation with Delegate Stewart. But at the moment, our written comments are that we're suggesting that they move it to 50 residential permits in order to capture more data and have the data be more meaningful. The other major amendment we're asking for is that they marry up the reporting requirement to reports that we already have to do. So there's data that we already report to the Maryland Department of Planning. And so it would be nice if we could marry this up and have one report that has all of the data in one place, and it would be due at the same time. So we've made those suggestions, and those are included in the packet that you should have received. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
No.
Okay, I just have one quick question. So in the bill, it says definition, it talks about complete applications approved. And is an application a site plan and a building permit application, or what is the definition of an application? And then next question, what does residential unit approved mean? Does it mean building permit, or I just if you can answer those 2 questions, or to the best of your ability, that would be great from you.
Okay, so in the proposed or suggested language, we have added each building permit application and each development/regulatory application to deal with the fact that it was always talking about permits. It was never talking about development review, and so we've added that to try to clarify that. Does that answer your question about?
Yes. Yeah, maybe I'm not
okay.
answering it right. So in your suggested language, it talks about the things to present on. It says the total number of complete applications approved. That's regulatory review applications like a site plan, preliminary plan, that's what you're talking about. And then when it talks about the total net number of residential unit approved, that's building permits? Right? I'm just trying to understand what are they, or maybe I'm confusing you.
So let me just, I guess that, make sure that, because I have a question based on what you ask. What is the purpose of this data? If the purpose of this data that they are trying to do is that to see how many of the units of residential is being built each year, just by having the number of permit doesn't give it. I think if we want to know that how many housing actually is being added each year, you have to get the occupancy permit. That means that after the permit is issued, a lot of times the permit is issued, but they may not build it, or it may not be built that year. It may be built the year next, or there are some, expiration date, and they can extend it. So if we want to know that how many housing has been added, so you want to get the occupancy permit. That is that when they allow the building to be occupied.
Absolutely. And so I think that the sponsor is trying to get a handle on the extent of the building pipeline in the state. He wants to understand, what is in the pipeline, what can we project or see coming down the pike with these types of projects. And these types of projects meaning residential, because the governor and DHCD have determined through study and through gathering data that the state as a whole is not currently on the path to providing enough housing to meet the demand in the next 30 years. And as a result of those findings, they are doing all kinds of things. They're sort of coming at the problem from very different directions. Funding, zoning, data collection, and this is one piece of that puzzle. So I don't think that the data that is referenced in this bill is attempting to get at how many dwelling units are occupied. I think that it's attempting to get at what's in the pipeline.
Okay, great. So I understand now about my first question. I see the changes you made. You show there's a building permit application and there's a regulatory application. So when you say the total number of complete applications received, that's either, right?
It's
both
both.
of
Yes.
those. Yeah, both of those. And then when you
Yes.
talk on the next page by type, that's each type. So I understand now. So I'm good with what you have here. Yeah, Josh, I'm sorry. Mr. Linden.
Oh, no, no worries. Yeah, I had a similar question around kind of what we're actually counting, but I think that's been clarified. I think moving toward, at the very least, building permits, but also we're bringing in regulatory approvals. I think that's probably the right approach because it gets both sides. And I take Commissioner Pettingham's point that ultimately we want to know, how many people are actually moving in. But from the government side, I think this is probably the extent of what we can measure that we have more direct control over. So I think that's great. I did have a question about your initial suggestion to sort of change the threshold from basically county size to number of permits. And my instinct is to encourage or to have this passed in a way that allows or requires as many counties and local jurisdictions as possible to participate in this, particularly because for some mandates, it can be a real burden on smaller jurisdictions that don't have the capacity, technical capacity or resources or otherwise. My daughter's in the background asking for a bus. I apologize if you can hear that. But in this case, I think the reporting is pretty straightforward, and I would actually encourage us to to encourage the state to consider dramatically lowering whatever threshold we do end up using. I think it may make more sense on the population side than the number of permit side. But yeah, I'm curious what others think on that, and knowing, of course, that we'll be covered either way. Montgomery County, PG County, like, of course, we're covered either way. But the statewide view, if we're truly trying to solve a statewide problem, I think having as many places in the state participate is good.
Understood.
Yeah. It would be great if all the municipalities could do, I mean, because even in Montgomery County, if we said Montgomery County, then I'm asking the planning department, would you have to get the information from Gaithersburg and Rockville, or will they file separately?
I think the way this is written, it says each local jurisdiction. I'm sorry, for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. And so in that case, Gaithersburg and Rockville would be required to report this themselves. And we would as well. And that is also part of, I guess, of changing it from a threshold of 250,000 residents to 50 residential permits per year. The one other point I would make, just that recognizing kind of the balance that needs to be played out here, as Commissioner Linden suggested, that it might be difficult for some of the smaller jurisdictions in the state to do this. This one doesn't seem as heavy of a lift. At the same time, once you open it up to every jurisdiction, there's the possibility that you have a bunch of people in Annapolis who may not be interested in voting in favor of this, and so it might not go anywhere. And so the idea of restricting it to just the larger jurisdictions or ones that have a higher level of permit activity, you might have an increased chance that something gets passed. So it's this balance that they have to be thinking about in Annapolis about, who do you want this to apply to, and how you want at least something to be adopted.
Great. And I thank you for presenting that. And then if this gets going and going well, and maybe at a future time, they would ask all jurisdictions to get it going. Maybe then by that time, the process would be very solidified. And it's easier to ask others to do it because they know the process is in. So I'm in support of the 50 for that reason. And can we get a hands up or down on? Yeah. So we're good with that one.
Okay. So we have a support with amendments.
Yes.
We're good to go. Okay. Wonderful.
Can I just one very quick thought? I 100% understand Director Sartori's comment, and I'm wondering if maybe, this probably won't go anywhere, but maybe an additional amendment could be to have a threshold for required participation, but say others may participate. Some language that suggests that others may participate even if they're not required, because I think that some, would choose to, certainly not all, but some may choose to, and I think the more that kind of do opt in, it could, build some momentum in the future to Chair Harris's point, like maybe this is a starting point and we can expand it, but allowing those to participate even if they're not required could be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in support of that. Yeah. Okay. Great comment.
I'm sorry, did you guys actually make a motion? I think we need a motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Move that we support HB 0131 housing development permit applications with amendments by staff, including the encouraging voluntary participation for smaller jurisdictions.
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you.
Okay. So the next one, I actually don't need a motion on because it's just a quick briefing. This is HB 420. It's play area accessibility communication boards. So this one is sponsored by Delegate Lehman, who we've worked with on other bills before. She is proposing that we require newly constructed public play areas. So you have a play area in a park that we are constructing. This would apply to us. And it would require that we construct communication boards at those play areas. Now, the communication boards that this bill is talking about are the types of boards that are used by children who are nonverbal, autistic children, children who have other conditions, where they are nonverbal. And so these are boards that are set up in play areas so that they can communicate. They can use this technology that really sort of functions more pictorially. That's how it's been described to me, although I've never actually seen one of these boards. And so these are very useful in creating inclusive play spaces for children of all abilities. We've actually constructed some of these already in some of our play areas. Generally we think this is a great thing. This is a good idea. We are a little concerned that the bill requires us to use program open space funding to do these boards. We would rather have the flexibility to use whatever funding is appropriate on any given property. And we would not really want to be locked into having to use POS funding for it. So we would like to be able to put together a little information fact sheet for the delegation on this, but we don't really want to take a position supporting or opposing it because of that program open space issue. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm just curious why we don't want it. I think they want to make sure that people have money to do that. That's why they will do it. So they say that if there is program POS available, then you do it. Isn't it how they're going to say it? And we say that we don't want to just be POS, we want to be anything else. That helps some of the jurisdictions to get POS. And, I don't know.
Well, we've talked to Mako about this, and Mako is very concerned. The issue is that this is not something that usually happens. Program open space funding is for the local jurisdiction to direct. And it's very unusual for the state to say, but we're going to tell you how to use this program open space money. And for us, we have other funding sources, and we have in Prince George's, they have a rec fund in addition to a park fund. We just prefer the flexibility, because on each given project, the funds may be coming, from these different sources, and we don't want to be hemmed in. At least that's what Parks explained to me. Again, we want to provide information. We want to be there for the discussion. We just don't particularly want to take a position because, we are trying to be as helpful and accommodating as we can.
I believe we have to go with what Parks would prefer and how they use their money to be as flexible as possible. So I'm in support of just providing what you said and moving forward.
Yeah.
Any
works for me.
So you don't need a motion on this, it's just information only, right?
Just information.
Okay, great.
Okay. Next we have the HB 566. That is the Confederate naming prohibited. So this bill would prohibit state entity or political subdivision from assigning a Confederate name to real property owned by the state or the subdivision, and require certain property to be assigned a new name on or before a certain date. So we've certainly had experience with the renaming of streets, and we have developed some amendments to try to clarify and sort of focus the bill a bit more. We have the biggest amendment that we're asking for is that they give us more time to comply. Renaming of streets in particular is time consuming. because if you do it right, you're going to have lots of research that needs to be done, and you're going to have lots of public outreach that needs to be done. And so we think that, a countywide or a statewide, honestly, this bill would be statewide, but if you're looking county by county and you have to do the entire county and look at those names and go through a process of renaming, that's going to take a while if it's done right. And we have several people here who did the last big effort that was in 2021. Actually, I think Matt Mills was involved in that effort. We have the information, we have the experience doing this, and we're trying to help them make the bill better, utilizing our experience, our recent experience doing this very thing.
No.
You have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
I have a quick question for something like, because there was a presentation a couple of months ago on the renaming process that we had for the board, which was really, I thought, very interesting. And also, I totally understand that identifying the names that were assigned because of Confederate affiliation can be hard when the name is Jones or, Smith or something along those lines. But is there any way to include a provision or suggest or recommend a provision that if something is called, I don't know, Jefferson Davis Highway, that we don't really need 6 years to rename that? And this is a question of legal concern more than anything else, if there's a way to recommend something along those lines.
I can.
Well, the 6 year, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that as it pertains to Montgomery County, the effort that we undertook previously was we did a lot of the research, and there were 3 roads that we changed the names of. Those were where we had a full name match like that, where there was no confusion over who is this road named after.
Yeah.
It's those partial names where it requires a lot more extensive research.
Yeah.
So that Robert E. Lee highway we've handled all of those within Montgomery County already.
I understand that. I was thinking for the more broader case of I understand the partial name match is a completely different thing. That I understand needing, maybe local something or, that nature. But is there a way to include, and I guess this is, it's statewide, so is there any way to recommend sort of like when we have the experience, can we also not only provide something that says, it takes a while to really identify it if you want to do it right and really, address this. But if you have a very clear match or something along those lines, is there a way to suggest that would withstand sort of legal scrutiny is, I guess, my question.
You mean, can you do it?
I know you still have to do the public stuff.
But it can always happen faster if you. It can always happen. I think it's all okay.
Yeah, we're not suggesting that people wait until the 5th year and start.
Oh, absolutely.
We're just trying to be mindful that every county hasn't already gone through this in some form or fashion. There are some counties that have not done anything like this before. So we're just trying to give them more time to do what we think can be a pretty extensive process, especially if you've never done it before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I just wanted to ask on those, when you do have a full name match or a very obvious consideration. I was curious. But yeah, there's nothing to prevent it from going early. But if you can move on it, I think you should if you have something along those lines.
I agree.
But thank you, Darren. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Linden, any comments or questions?
No comments or questions on this one. Thanks.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve our comments on Bill 566?
Yeah, I'll move to support with amendments.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. You have one more, Ms. Borden?
Yes, I do. I have one more, and that is SB 333, affordable housing, identifying suitable property. This bill really only applies to the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state level, state agency. But it clarifies that they're required to focus in on the gosh, I just lost my train of thought. The priority funding areas. So when DHCD is looking for opportunities to redevelop something for affordable housing, or develop something for affordable housing, they are now going to be required to focus in on those priority funding areas. And then the bill also sort of reworks their standards that they have to use to determine if a property is suitable for affordable housing. So it just sort of recodifies them. And so this is really just one more effort in the statewide look at affordable housing this year, and we just want to support it and just lend our voices in support of the effort in general.
Great. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? No. No. So therefore, do I have a motion for approval of our comments on Senate Bill 333?
I'll move that we approve the comments on SB 333.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. I think we're done. So thank you for doing all the hard work of reviewing, you and Ms. Jordan reviewing all these bills and providing comments, and we appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
So we're going to take a 1-minute break, and we'll start on our next item. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 4, the Planning Directors Roundtable discussion, where Director Sartori is here with his team. Welcome, Director Sartori.
Great, thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and we're switching things up a little bit this afternoon. I'm here in the afternoon instead of in the morning to give the director's report. So for today's report, I'm largely going to pass it off to and turn the mic over to James Lee from our Research and Strategic Projects Division. But I did want to, prior to that, just give a quick update on a few of the briefings that will be coming before the board in the next few weeks, and do our usual updates on staffing in the planning department. As you know, February is Black History Month, and there are a number of related activities and events that the Commission and the Planning Department have organized for staff to celebrate Black history, to educate on the county's diverse heritage, and reflect on the many achievements and contributions of African Americans to our county and our country. The theme this year is African Americans and the Arts, and we invite board members to join us for as many of these events as you can. I would like to recognize and thank Daryl Godfrey from our Communications Division and the entire Black History Month Committee for their work on this year's program. And as they did with the Hispanic Heritage Month last fall, our Research and Strategic Projects Division recently released its report on Black population in Montgomery County. It's an insightful report about changes in the county's population, socioeconomics, and related demographic statistics. And these population profile reports provide great information that help us gain a deeper understanding of the communities that we serve through our work program. This particular report, for example, it shows that Black and African American residents make up 19% of the county's population, and since 1970 has grown at a rate 8 times faster than the county's population overall. You'll be briefed on this demographic profile in 2 weeks on February 22nd in much more detail than what I just gave. And I want to real quickly, though, thank Luke Savonis, James Lee, Daryl Godfrey, and Dior Kane for their great work on this particular report. Speaking of Black history, this past Sunday was the anniversary of Rosa Parks' birthday, a day that is now recognized across the country as Transit Equity Day. Ms. Parks, who's also known as the First Lady of Civil Rights, is best remembered for her brave act of resistance by refusing to give up her bus seat to a white man in Montgomery, Alabama in 1955. Her actions inspired the local Black community to organize the Montgomery bus boycott that was led by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And our partners at MCDOT posted this particular graphic on social media to commemorate the day. And I was personally inspired by this quote that they shared of hers. "You must never be fearful about what you are doing when it is right." And while I don't want to equate the work that we are doing here at the Planning Department with what Ms. Parks did that day in December 1955 or the civil rights movement that it inspired, it does remind me of the importance of doing the right thing even when it's tough or difficult or quite possibly unpopular. And that certainly applies to much of the work that we do in the Planning Department. In that vein, I'm personally very excited and to say that we're eager to continue our Attainable Housing Strategies effort to ensure that communities all across Montgomery County are more attainable to more households and that the county remains welcoming to an increasingly diverse population with a diverse set of housing needs. The board will be briefed on our efforts to date in 2 weeks, again on February 22nd, and then work sessions will follow, including a public listening session or 2 on March 21st. Also on February 22nd, that'll be a big day, as most Thursdays are here, but you'll be receiving a briefing on the growth and infrastructure trends from the team that's working on our growth and infrastructure policy update. So this will be the first briefing on this quadrennial update. It's obviously this very important policy. It's our adequate public facilities ordinance. So this will be the first briefing that you'll get before we jump into work sessions with the board later in the spring and the summer. And finally, we do have a few staff departures to announce this week. Yesterday was Senior Research Planner Melissa Petschauer's last day with the department. She and her family are relocating to Connecticut, but over the last 2 years, Melissa worked on a variety of projects, including housing, demographic, and spatial analyses for a number of our master plans, and so we will miss her contributions to our efforts. Tuesday was Lauren Heath's last day as an intern with our Management Services Division. Lauren worked on recruitment and organizational development projects for us, but has a new job working at our alma mater, Bowie State University. We thank her, though, for her contributions to our HR efforts. And lastly, Up-County Planning's Chris Van Alstyne's last day with the department is tomorrow. Chris did a great job on a multitude of projects, including providing transportation review for nearly 300 different development applications and assisting with the recent Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. Chris will continue to have a presence in Montgomery County, however, on transportation efforts, as he'll be working for the Montgomery County Department of Transportation in the director's office there. So we look forward to continuing to work with Chris on transportation efforts across the county. So with that, I'll pause before I hand it off just in case there are any questions. If not, I will hand it off to James.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Sartori. For the record, James Lee, Forecaster and Demographic Research Specialist. If I may have the mouse also over here, please. Thank you. So today I'm giving a very short demonstration of the Montgomery PopStats map, which is live on our website currently to both staff and the public. Just a little bit of background about this product. So we've had this product for many years, but during 2023, we decided to do a update and basically a revamp of the map itself. So that included not only updating the data behind the map, but also adding new types of demographic information on there. So research and strategic planning staff were involved with coming up with what we needed to have in this map. So if you go to the map, I'll just go ahead and go through the map and do a quick demo here. So I will go ahead and click continue on this. And so the map has, it's a very...
Could you show us how you get to this map? You said that is on your website available?
Yes. The website here, I'll go ahead and say it out here for the record, https://mcatlas.org/popstats/.
So it is part of the MC Atlas then?
Yeah, and for the record, I'll also add, we added it to the agenda for today's planning board meeting, so the link is there as well, and off of our, the research website.
I'm going to go very quickly to Montgomery Planning's website. And I believe it is under GIS and Tools. And then you can go to GIS and Mapping. Yes. There are multiple ways to get there, so I'll just show you one of them. In the GIS and Mapping page, under Interactive Maps. And then it is a little bit further down here, I believe. Do you see it? Let me go to research instead. Research, I know it's under demographics. And is the, for right now, is the second item here. So under Montgomery PopStats map, you click on this map, then you can access it there.
Thank you. I think it would be very helpful to make it more visible. You know, I was approached with some people that they love what we have on our website and they want to learn about a lot of things, but then they have a hard time how to get to it. These are wonderful stuff, that amazing stuff that we have, but it has to be somewhere that we index them or easily find for public. And that's why I ask it, because I know they're watching, so they can see how they can find it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the comment and the suggestion. So to start with, I'll just go very quickly through the left-hand side on the panels. This just describes a little bit about the map itself, the data sources, and some of the tools. And more information below here talks about the data sources, measures of reliability, which I'll talk a little bit about later on, and then the 2020 decennial census. The data mostly uses 2021 5-year American Community Survey data at the block group. I am aware that 2022 data is out. However, when we were working on this, this was before 2022 data were released. So in the future, we do have plans to update the information with the latest and the greatest. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive right in here to the next tab here. The layers just show the different map layers that we have. We have block groups, the county boundaries, our master plans, as well as state legislative districts and the county council districts. And then the fun part is under the data tab. So there are 2 tabs for American Community Survey data, and then 1 tab for the 2020 census data. So before I start clicking, I'll just walk through some of the information here. The population data from the ACS, very basic demographic information related to age, race, Hispanic ethnicity, language, particularly people who don't speak English very well, educational information, migration, occupational data, and then also information about commuting and where people work. One of the additions that we made that we felt was very important was the worked at home category, the number of people who worked at home. This was something that was not in the previous iteration of this map. And I will also dive into the housing and income tab here. So we have different information here on the housing unit types, housing tenure, the different types of households, family households, non-family households, and a couple of subtypes, income information, poverty level information, housing burden, how many people are cost burdened. And then lastly, the tab that we have here is related to, it's actually 2020 census data instead of ACS data. And the information, very basic, it's about the number of housing units, race, ethnicity, and age. So we have less information from the 2020 census data because they asked a lot fewer questions on the decennial census than on the ACS. So the 2020 census data also shows the percent change from 2010 as well. With that, so I'll just start clicking here, and you can zoom in. I know later in the agenda, the planning board will see a presentation about Germantown, the Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan Study. So I'll just zoom into Germantown. And so this is a case of where, for example, staff may be able to see some basic demographics if they were working a little bit more about the study area, or if community members are interested in the study area and they may hear something about the demographics, whether the the area is very racially diverse or diverse in income, for example. This is where the public can go and actually see information. One of the, I think, amazing things about this tool is that once you start clicking, you can click on a group of block groups, pardon me, and the numbers will change. So I will do ACS data on population. So let's see here. So as you click more block groups, you'll see the numbers change, and you can see the population is increasing as well as I'm adding more block groups here. So it's a way of getting an estimate or a count of your demographic characteristics based on a custom set of block groups. That's one of the advantages of this tool. And also, as you can see, for the ACS data, you have a column here called reliability. Because the ACS is a survey sample, the numbers are estimates with a margin of error. So sometimes the margins of error can be fairly sizable, so the information is, may not be as reliable. Our About tab does have a criteria based on the margin of error and the estimate, a calculation between the margin of error and the estimate in terms of what we determine to be a reliable estimate for each particular item. So let me unclick some block groups here, and you can see, like, because we have a smaller population, a smaller sample size, we have more rows that are considered to be less reliable, and we even have one row here, a couple rows here that are considered to be where the estimate may not be reliable. So a user may decide to not use that information.
Can I, just a quick question?
Yes.
So the boundary areas of the ACS data and the census data, are they the same boundaries? If they're
Yes.
They're okay. The same boundaries, but just different. Data.
Yes.
Okay.
So the 2021 ACS, the decennial census for 2020, products up to the short of the 2030 decennial census, will be using 2020 census block group boundaries.
Okay.
And so besides demonstrating this feature where you can see, you can make custom areas and see what the estimates of the demographic characteristics are. There's several other features here where you can do different types of selections. Like you can, you have some drawing tools here where you can select by a polygon. There is also, let me clear this, there is also a button here that tells you the information for the county itself. So if you click on the county button, that actually gives you the whole entire county. I'll go ahead and clear that out and then go back to Germantown. I'll just click a few here. You do have the ability here to export the data out to an Excel sheet, and this is where you can do further analysis if you like on your own. We also have a print button here that prints the extent of the map as you see it into a PDF document. So that pretty much ends the demo here. I also want to point out that RSP was not the only division that was involved with updating this product. So the Information Technology and Innovation Division, ITI, was also involved. And I also want to give a shout out to Melissa Noakes in ITI. She was the one that worked on updating a lot of the back end, very technical pieces of the software and the map itself. So it was a very collaborative effort between two divisions. And I will entertain any questions.
Any questions from the board? No, this is a wonderful tool. The more and more I hear about what we do, it just amazes me about the depth of talent and the tools that you use to do your work. So I will be playing around with this myself a bit. So thank you so much, and Continue your great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll take a 1-minute break at this time, and we'll start on item number 5, the West Bard Urban Recreational Park public hearing. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 5, West Bard Urban Recreational Park, where staff is recommending that we acquire the 21,657 square foot parcel of land, more or less, improved from the Schnabel Foundation Company located at 5210 River Road, Bethesda, and approve the accompanying resolution. So to present this today is Brenda Sandberg from the Parks Department, along with Ann Fogelgill, and thank you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. For the record, again, Brenda Sandberg with the Real Estate Management Supervisor in the Park Development Division, and again with me is Ann Fothergill, also in the Real Estate Management section. I will move on to the next slide. This acquisition in front of you today is in the Westbard area of the county, within the Beltway and not too far from the DC line. This graphic shows the location of the proposed Westbard Urban Recreational Park as it was recommended in the Westbard Sector Plan area. It's the area shown in red on this graphic. And River Road slopes from the northwest to the southeast through that area. The primary policy background for this acquisition comes from the Westbard Sector Plan that was approved by the Planning Board and then the County Council in 2016. There were two major overarching park recommendations in that sector plan. The first was to naturalize the Willett Branch stream, to create a unifying feature and an amenity to focus a new redeveloping community around, and create some environmental benefits to the stream system and to the overall ecosystem through that naturalization. And secondly was to create a countywide urban recreational park at the base of the Willett Branch Greenway, adjacent to the Capitol Crescent Trail. You can see the sort of larger area of green on this graphic. The mouse is sort of moving around, but right next to the Capitol Crescent Trail, which is the yellow line moving through the property, moving through this graphic from the master plan. The grand vision for the long term for the Willett Branch is to turn a very, very urban industrial channelized stream system to something that's still stable yet naturalized and seen as an amenity for the community with trails, et cetera. Again, the pictures on the right are for much larger stream systems, so they're much bigger than this might be in the future. But that's sort of the grand vision that the Parks Department was willing to take on as a challenge during that sector plan process. Here's another graphic that shows specifically some of the some more details about what conceptually could happen in the entire Willett Branch Greenway, but the specific recommendations for the urban recreational park, again, is the area circled in red down at the bottom of this graphic next to the Capitol Crescent Trail, that it would serve as a gateway into the Willett Branch Greenway, and then also provide supplemental recreational activities for people who are just riding or hiking along the Capitol Crescent Trail, that they can pop off that trail, a very popular trail, and have some other activities that they can take part in. Again, as an urban recreational park, some of the activation, the active recreation that might be appropriate, that could be appropriate in this park, could be a skate park, pump track. Again, the trail connections through this area, Capitol Crescent Trail, the future Willett Branch Greenway, and perhaps even loop trails, and then social open spaces, dog parks, seating, landscaping, and the naturalized stream. Again, this is along an urban stream that needs some naturalization. There are a lot of engineering and environmental constraints. Not even close to every square foot of this area that you see enlarged here, all of this area would be in active use. But that's the caveat. We don't want to overpromise that every square foot will be an active recreation amenity. So the particular property is the area shown in red. It's the Schnabel Foundation Company property. It's about 21,657 square feet of land. Again, it's zoned moderate industrial. It has a 4,100 square foot office building. You can see some pictures of it here. It directly adjoins the Capitol Crescent Trail, just south of River Road. Also, a critical thing is that you can see there's about a 200-foot stretch of the actual Willett Branch is within this parcel. So this parcel is absolutely critical for land acquisition to move forward with the long-term plan for the Willett Branch Greenway. The acquisition costs and funding issues, the purchase price that was negotiated was $2,365,000. Funding for the acquisition will be through the Legacy Urban Space CIP account, including some legislative bond initiatives that were approved by the legislature in previous years for land acquisition in this area, as well as a state program open space grant will fund the majority of the acquisition costs. Again, I mentioned that it's a long-term project for the Willett Branch Greenway. It's also a fairly long-term project to do a full urban rec park in this location as well. There'll be a post-closing phase of 2 years during which the seller will continue to occupy the site and use it as they have for 50 years for their uses, as mostly a meeting space and occasional bits of storage for materials they need for their projects. During that post-closing phase, we can start doing the planning for the demolition cleanup and creating an interim park space. Then 2026 on, perhaps over the next 2 years, that is when we'd actually implement demolition, any site cleanup that's necessary, and interim park. Again, interim park in this situation, we're looking at a very simple flat piece of grass that's accessible to people on the trail that they can pop off, have a picnic, stretch their legs if they've been riding their bikes too long. It's going to be very simple for this interim park. We do have site improvement funds within our acquisition PDFs in the CIP, and so those funds will be available to do the demolition cleanup and create sort of the flat, clean, safe area that can then be open to the public. Actual OBI costs would be determined as we move for that phase, would be determined as we go through the planning for that. Then there's an ultimate park place, and that would be timing to be determined, and that would be for the full build-out phase, which might be before the rest of the Willett Branch, might be with the Willett Branch. Facility planning would be required, and then CIP and OBI costs would to be determined during that future facility planning process. So what we're here to request from the board today is approval of Resolution 24-011 for the acquisition of 5210 River Road for the future West Bard Urban Recreational Park for the price of $2,365,000 to be funded out of the Legacy Urban Space CIP account. And if you have any questions, we are here to answer them.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Do any of the board members have comments or questions? Mr. Linden, any comments or questions? Well, I think it's so important to plan for the future, and this will be a lovely park, and I'm definitely looking forward to the interim phase and then in the long-term phase. So if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of the acquisition of the 21,657 square feet of land and adoption of the resolution 24-001?
I move to acquire the 21,657 square foot of land and support to issue the resolution.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. There's Mr. Linden. Do we have, the ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you so much, and we look forward to the acquisition.
That's good.
And we're going to take just a minute break here and start on our next item, item number 6, briefing, county executives recommended fiscal year 25-30 capital improvements program for the Parks Department. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, briefing County Executive's recommended fiscal year 25-30 capital improvements program for the Parks Department, where Parks staff is recommending approval to transmit to the County Council and the County Executive an official response to the County Executive's request for an affordability reduction to the Parks Department's fiscal year 25-30 budget. And we have Mr. Ron Peel and Mr. Andy Frank here today to give the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon, to Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. Again, for the record, my name is Ron Peel. I'm the CIP manager for Montgomery Parks. We have essentially arrived at an important point in the CIP process where we get an opportunity to respond to the county executive's recommended CIP. Much of what I'm going to go through today was included in the staff memo you received a week ago. But for today, I just wanted to sort of emphasize or go through some of the main points of our response to the county executive's CIP, recommended CIP. Essentially, what we like to do is to just touch on the non-recommended reductions we're proposing in response to the county executive CIP, and to get your approval of the restoration tier strategy that we're proposing to go forward and get your support of a transmittal memo with redline PDFs to be submitted to the county executive and county council. On November the 1st, the Planning Board transmitted our adopted CIP totaling $323 million. And eventually was, during the technical review, OMB adjusted that request to reflect our ongoing efforts to work with the Montgomery Transportation Department regarding the Parks Road CIP. On January 16th, which is essentially what we're here to discuss today, the county executive released his recommended CIP, which added an affordability PDF that reduces Parks CIP by $24.2 million, 13.2 of which is GO bonds and $11 million in current revenue, general funds. To be responsive to the county executive's proposed or recommended CIP, we have proposed a number of non-recommended reductions, which includes reducing, for current revenue, our PLAR non-local program, as well as natural surface trails, which essentially our proposal would basically wipe out any increase compared to what we had in the approved 23 through 28 CIP. Our proposal also reduces GO bonds for our hard surface trails programs, as well as our Vision Zero safety improvements and the Wheaton Regional Park project. This table essentially is just an illustration of what our reductions are across the 6-year program. And this pertains to current revenue. The green row represents what we requested. The non-shaded rows with the red font are the reductions. And the yellow row is essentially what the revised number or request is. And these two, again, as I said before, projects impacted in terms of current revenue are the PLAR non-local and the natural surface trails.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
These reductions that you show, does it cut from what previously was approved, or is it equal, no increase, or is it adding a little bit to the previous level, or it wipes out? I don't know what that means with
It wipes out the increase, what we increased what we requested in terms of increase.
So it wipes out everything you
current revenue.
requested?
For
but you
increase.
For increase?
Yes.
Yes, yes, okay.
Yes. And this table here is on GO bonds. And again, this impacts our trails, hard surface trails program and our Vision Zero safety improvements, as well as the Wheaton Regional Park. And again, this is to reduce what our increased request was, to take that back down.
Yeah, and just one more question. Is there any other project left that you had some increase, or is it that the county executive basically just wiped out every single project that you had a request in GO bond and current revenue?
Well, for GO, they didn't totally wipe out all of our increased requests. It reduced it by, as you can see here, $13.2 million is the reduction in GO bonds. Our increased request was roughly just north of 20 million.
Okay,
And
so just
they're
a
wiping
little
out-
bit was.
Yeah, right. So in terms of impacts, there are a number of significant projects and programs that are really being impacted by these reductions, affordability reductions. Namely, our infrastructure rehabilitation program, which we've repeatedly said is a critical part of our program because it allows us to address an aging infrastructure in our parks system. And also the impact to our natural surface trail bridge replacement program is critical because it also, kind of keeps us from expanding on, those programs in our natural surface trails. Some of the bond reduction impacts would include, as I said before, Wheaton Regional Park, especially the Adventure Sports Park, and also significant reductions or impacts to our hard surface trails program and Vision Zero safety improvements. So now what I wanted to kind of just go over is our, as I said before, we're presenting a tiered approach to restoration of funds to our CIP. And the first tier here really represents the most urgent of our need. And it's it's a proposal to restore $14.4 million over the 6 years for Wheaton Regional Park and Hard Surface Trail, as well as restoration of current revenue for PLAR, non-local. Tier 2 adds about $7.5 million to Tier 1 and gets us about almost 91% of restoration of the cuts that are proposed. And it essentially restores money back to the PLAR non-local and natural surface trail and bond funds back to our hard surface trail and Vision Zero, as well as Wheaton Regional Park. And lastly, Tier 3 is essentially to just restore the $2.3 million from the remainder of the cut to bring us back to 100% of what we were requesting. And it would put essentially $1.8 million back into the natural surface trail program and restore the other $500,000 for Trails Hard Surface program. At
Thank
this
you,
point, I'm
Frank.
going to turn it over to Andy.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Andy Frank. I head up the Park Development Division. And before we get into the business of today, I just wanted to say a couple words. This week, hopefully you have heard, over 40 people expressed powerful support for full funding of the park's FY25 to 30 CIP in front of the County Council. They provided written, recorded, and in-person testimony. And we are very proud to say that Parks advocates represented more than 60% of all speakers talking to the council. And if you recall from past years, this is a process that has been typically dominated by schools. And for us, this really shows the advocacy and the interest that the community has in our parks. And I just wanted to mention a few particular areas of support. Littonsville Civic Green, 7 people testified towards that. 8 people testified specifically on Wheaton Regional Park. We even had a couple people who testified on infrastructure, and that's pretty hard to get. I really want to put at our trails program. Just in the general trails program, both hard surface and natural surface, we had about 20 people who advocated for that. And in addition, 18 individuals who specifically advocated for the natural surface trails program. On top of that, we had over a dozen people who specifically advocated on behalf of our environmental restoration programs. Parks believes that the support expressed by the community demonstrates the concerns they have with the county executive's recommended reductions and shows support for for restoration tiers. In fact, based on the feedback we heard this week, and I will say that we wrote this memo last week with these restoration tiers, so that's why we presented exactly how they are. But we'd like to offer a suggestion for consideration that based on this support, specifically the supports that were received for the Trails program, that as part of the consideration of restoration, the planning board may want to look at shifting some of our Tier 2 restoration requests up into Tier 1, specifically the natural surface trail restoration. We had a lot of support for that. And also there is some more money in the trails hard surface renovation that could go up. Of course, all of this is up to you. This is part of the discussion that we've had. But we do believe that, along with the other planning board recommendation for adjustments that we're going to see, not only, and I want to remember, we're in 2 parts here. Part 1 is we have to confirm, and you can adjust the PDFs that have to be reduced in order to meet the county's recommended approach. And then you have the opportunity to adjust the tiers of what we include in our transmittal memo that we would like to have restored. So, and I want to just say that we do feel that based on the support we've gotten, these are worthy considerations to put forward as the next step in the process will be the PHP committee hearing us out on March 4th. And we really hope that they're going to continue to hear from advocates between now and then, expressing their support for the parks. So with that, I just wanted to, we can go into the next slide, but our recommendation is that we approve the non-recommended reduction scenario with any adjustment you have, and also request feedback and approval of the restoration tiers. And with that, I think we'll open it up for questions.
So can I just make another recommendation? From my experience, anything you put on Tier 3 would be gone. So you don't have it. So I recommend we just have 2 tiers. That's why I was asking to see that how, and I was expecting to get a good number of supports. Whatever that we really don't want to lose, we put in Tier 1, and then we leave Tier 2 for negotiations. Because right now, Tier 3 is gone. We never get Tier 3, okay? So why should we even include that? I suggest that the things that we had all of these support things that we have to have, including moving some of the hard surface trail and the natural surface trail. And for your information, the pillar is the bread and water. That's it. It's used, it's an umbrella project that provides funding to take care of old and depleted infrastructure in Parks Department. And it's extremely essential just to keep what we already have going. So it's nothing fancy about it, and that's why that it's interesting that people have come and talked about it. So, and especially if some of those GeoBond or current revenue are matching for any of our funding or grants, those you have to start and identify anything that is required for matching, because if you don't get it, you lose the other part of the funding that you have. I think that that's a recommendation I make, that what we don't want to lose, now that we have so much support, we put on tier 1, and for tier 2, we say that these we could negotiate to some extent, and then just leave it at that. Why should we just create a tier that we know we're going to lose?
Certainly, that is an option for the planning board, just to give some perspective on, what we did is tier 1 represented about 60% of our original ask, tier 2 represented about 90%, and tier 3 represented 100%. And we used, but most certainly, if the planning board were to
If you bring tier 2 up, the projects that is in tier 2, if you bring it up.
Yeah.
So what was your recommendation of moving from tier 2 to tier 1? You recommended some funding.
Yeah, so this, as I was talking, our first recommendation that, the strongest support that we received were for trails. So my first recommendation is to take both the natural surface trails at $200,000 per year and the hard surface trails at $100,000 per year, and move those from tier 2 to tier 1.
Yeah. I agree with that. I personally agree. I don't know, but that's my vote.
As the discussion goes through, as Mitra count.
That's
Vice Chair Vivian was saying, PR is bread and butter. PR, and it was extraordinarily disappointing, given the extreme inflationary cycle that we went through the pandemic, that our increase over the last 2 years should have been over 22%, and it was basically a goose egg. And so we entertain that, but if you guys want to discuss others before you take a motion, or?
Yeah, so have you, over the past several years, have you been using this 3-tier piece for the past several years? Have you ever gone with the 2?
It's a 2 to 3 tier. It's a lot of times it's 3 years. There's a lot of experience there, and it's absolutely true that the 3rd tier is the most difficult to achieve for the council members, given all the other items they have. We can certainly a 2-tier with a higher percentage, more like a 70-30, 75-25 type cycle. I certainly think. I just feel that the planning board would be in a strong position, given the support that they have, to put this back towards the PHP committee and the council, to say, look, we really do appreciate it.
But they can cut.
Yeah, they can move
But
things
if you
around.
voluntarily tell them to cut, that's gone. So that's why I think that it totally makes sense that to make it just 2-tier. And
So are you recommending, if there's 2-tier, you would put 4 million up in tier 1? This is the top 3 items, or what are you talking, if you had a 2-tier, what would it look like?
Well, certainly we could talk about that. Really the top 4 things, I would say my first thing is to take the trails, natural surface, and hard surface renovation from tier 2 up into tier 1. That's the first thing. And then I would recommend a consideration for both PR and Wheaton Regional Park. So with PUR, obviously, every dollar of PUR can go to everything that's in the park system. So whether you would choose to fully take Tier 2 of PUR and put it up in Tier 1, that's a possibility, or we could do a partial. I would also personally, and I think the department would suggest that bringing more money up on Wheaton Regional Park would help a lot. We have a lot of, there's a lot of needs in Wheaton Regional Park. We just went through a master plan. We've got a lot of projects lined up there. And one of the biggest and most desired one that is coming in is the Adventure Sports Park. And this is one of the difficulties with the county executive recommendation. That's literally going to delay that project. So I would say that my first recommendation is take the two trail projects up, and I would offer that consideration of taking at least parts of the PUR and Wheaton Regional Park up. And then I agree completely with consolidating the remainder of Tier 3 into Tier 1, or into Tier 2.
Okay, so just I'm just trying to think on top of like where the numbers would go. Just so it's like if you took the second two trails, that's almost 2 million, 1.8, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about maybe half of the Pilar, or
I mean, you could start with the whole PUR. That would, that's not gonna, just relative to things, it's not huge, but you could do half. Half would be another $1 million, which would obviously go to good causes. And then you could consider, we could consider half of the Wheaton, or some level of that. We can actually, obviously we're not doing the accounting right now, but what we could do if this is the direction and the planning board would approve it and with sort of the approximate levels, we could confirm that with you in the transmittal drafting.
Yeah, one more thing that I want the commissioner to be cognizant of, that Pilar and Natural Service are current revenue, and the other ones are GeoBond. What the county does, even though after they have done the tiers, at the very end that they are short on current revenue, they're going to ask us to cut it again. And again. They come, and we have been constantly cutting on these current revenues. So I wouldn't cut on current revenue here. I leave it up that if they come back toward the end and they ask for more current revenue, then we have something to give up at that time. But then at that time, we have nothing. So what was in the, could you show me the Tier 1 again?
So Tier 1 had $1 million per year in PUR. That was the current revenue. And if you take that suggestion that you just talked about of bringing all the tier, all of the PUR and all of the well, you could take all the natural surface trail from Tier 2. You could even bring some up from Tier
1. And you already have some money for Wheaton Regional Park here. That's the GeoBond. The other one that you have in Tier 2 is current revenue, or is it GeoBond?
For
in
Wheaton
Tier
Regional
2?
Park?
Yeah.
It's all GeoBond.
GeoBond. So because you have some money in here, it may not, but, this is current revenue in here.
For PUR.
For Pilar, but for, okay.
But for instance, in this, if you were to look at, just say going to $1.2 million a year in Wheaton Regional Park, that would bring some of the Tier 2 up into Tier 1.
Yeah, but what is the current revenue in Wheaton Park you need?
There's not current revenue in Wheaton
That's
Park.
GeoBond?
That's all GeoBond.
That's all GeoBond. Oh, okay, got it.
So it's small, but what do you need in Vision Zero? Is that there are important items in Vision Zero that you had in Tier 3? If you only had 2 tiers, do you want to put any up, or you can deal with the Vision Zero work from other funds, or you have?
So in Vision Zero, So we did include some increases in our response. That was one of the areas we did include some money as Ron was saying, the county executives recommended did include some GO bonds increases. So there is we did have some small increases there. So and you can see in Tier 2, Vision Zero was made whole.
Okay.
I will say that, yes, of course, we have a lot of projects coming but we have funding lined up for that too. So, I would, in terms of comparing something like the trail renovation to the Vision Zero, I'd probably lean to the trail renovation
Okay.
first.
Right.
But obviously, we all
So if I-
feel
I'm
that
just asking.
they're
If
all-
I may, Chair.
Yeah.
Mitty Figueredo for the record, Parks Director. What I would recommend to the board is moving up into Tier 1, the trails natural surface and trails hard surface. Of course, those are two different funding sources, but we would be putting them into Tier 1. And perhaps the PLAR as well. And then shift everything that's in Tier 3 now into what remains of Tier 2. And of course, as Planning Board Member Pedoeem has pointed out, it's entirely up to the county council. First, the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee, and then the county council, what they want to recommend to add to the reconciliation list. And what ultimately is funded from the reconciliation list at the end of this process will depend on what they have to move around.
Right.
And the decisions they make at that point. So this is just a matter of us presenting to the council what we feel most strongly about as a priority.
Yeah.
And I totally agree. And the reason for that, I was going to make exact suggestion. The Wheaton is the first 2 year of CIP. So we are making some concession, and that would be a good thing, especially that we are already getting 1 million on the Tier 1. So I was going to make the same suggestions that we move non-local PLAR and the trail to Tier 1, and then bring Tier 3 to Tier 2. So Tier 1 is the strongest one that we want, and then we leave the rest to the PHB and also to the county council that how they want to be. But at least they know what we feel very strongly for our program, and also we have a lot of support that, the public, that's what they want.
So I'm grateful that you have this experience, and I really appreciate that. And also, I'm relying on the Parks Department based on your experience. So I am very, very supportive of your recommendations. If the Parks Department would like to go with a 2-tier, I'm supportive of that, and I'm supportive of how you guys want to move the numbers up. So it's Mr. Linden and
I agree entirely with Vice Chair Pedoeem. I was going to let her cook. She's fine.
Okay, and Mr. Linden, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I think this sounds like a good strategy, and I agree with the priorities, and hopefully, much if not all of it can get restored using this approach. It sounds like, given the level of support for trails in particular, I think that that's a good approach to align with kind of maybe some political interests on the council side. So, sounds great, and good luck with as we make the case.
So I understand the next step is for you to play around with, bring those up, play around with the numbers, finalize them, and and you will.
That'll be for the transmittal. If we get an approval of the approach.
Right.
Today, then we'll work out the numbers, exact numbers in the transmittal with your office.
Great. So what I hear you saying is we're going to move the trails up, the non-local parks, the PLAR, into Tier 2 up to Tier 1, right? And the other, whatever left in Tier 3, bring it up to whatever left in Tier 2.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Do I have a motion for that recommendation?
I definitely make that motion.
I will absolutely second that motion.
Okay.
Yeah, if no other discussion or comments, all in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it. Thank you so much for your hard work and for helping us to learn about the process. Thank you.
Well, we really appreciate the support of the planning board. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So we're going to literally take 2 minutes here, and we're going to go on item number 9, mandatory referral, MR 2024006, Rockville RNG injection site public hearing, where staff is recommending approval of the mandatory referral and transmittal of the comments to Washington Gas. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, mandatory referral, MR 2024-006, Rockville RNG injection site, public hearing where staff is recommending approval of the mandatory referral and the transmittal of the comments to Washington Gas. So today we have Josh Penn presenting this report. Welcome, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Josh Penn with the Up County Planning Division. Today we have the Rockville RNG Injection Facility Mandatory Referral, number MR 2024-006. This is the street that it's located on, and just past where the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit sign is where the entrances for the site will be. This just give you an idea of what the streetscape looks like. It is located at 7301 Westmore Road, Rockville. It's east of the city of Rockville and also north of the city of Rockville. It's east of Maryland 3 to 55 and south of Goody. You can see here in the dark gray is the city of Rockville. Everything that's not in the dark gray is Montgomery County. The site in total is 126.63 acres, but only about 1.21 acres is the focus of this application. It is currently developed with and operated as a gas storage facility for Washington Gas. It is a renewable natural gas injection facility that will be in use for approximately 10 to 12 months. It's going to be considered a virtual pipeline from the Prince William County, Virginia landfill to this site because there's no on-site storage at the landfill and no on-site pipeline. They will be building a subsequent pipeline in Virginia to get it into the system there, and that's when this project will be completed in about 10 to 12 months. The virtual pipeline will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until a permanent pipeline is built. You will see that condition 1, we did talk about the trucks going overnight. We'll talk about that as if you have questions as we move along. Let's see. There is no storage site on site and things, so the trucks have to continuously fill and remove the site. Otherwise, they have to burn those gases off on site, wasting both the resources and putting those fumes and burn off into the atmosphere at the location. Once again, this will be temporary in nature and will be closed at the terminus and restored to the original conditions of the site when it's complete. The development of the site is actually minimal. What they're doing is they're adding a gravel pad, which is basically this area here. They're adding 3 generators, a little communications building, and natural gas equipment to unload the stuff into the piping network below. As for the development, you saw that in the beginning slide, we have that long, black fence that's just all the way down the block. We've said since they're adding 2 new entrances to the site, even though they're temporary entrances, we wanted to make it a little bit better than that long blank stretch. So we had them add landscaping on both sides of the entry points along that thing to a little soften the edge to the access points a little bit. For transportation, we have Brett Brown with us online.
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So this project is pretty unique. They technically did submit a transportation exemption statement because there really isn't a peak hour and it's a 24-hour continuous operation. I based their trip generation numbers on the maximum number of trucks entering and leaving the site during that 24-hour peak hour period. 24-hour period. I'm not going to go through all these streets. I just wanted to show the basic route that the trucks would be taking. So once they emerge off of I-270, they go up toward West Goody Drive to East Goody Drive, then eventually Dover Road, and then to the actual site. Next slide, please. So this is just showing the 2 major entrance points to this facility. So the first one shows a residential property to the left. That represents really the only residential property that's within the line of sight of the trucks going to the property. This is on Horner's Lane. Then the picture to the right shows the entrance to the site going onto Westmore Road. So to the left, again, is the city of Rockville in the Lincoln Park neighborhood. And to the right, where you see the stop sign and the black fence, is the actual facility itself. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a better overview of the actual site. So as you can see, outlined in blue, this is the route that the trucks would take off of East Goody Drive. For the most part, most of the surrounding area is low-density industrial manufacturing distribution services. Again, Horner's Lane is really the only section of the site that borders a residential property, and it's a townhouse community in the city of Rockville. And as you see, once they come up of Horner's Lane, going onto Westmore Avenue and Westmore Road, then they enter the facility. For the most part, again, harkening back to the transportation exemption statement, there aren't any major impacts to the road. Given the route that the trucks take, it's the most least impactful route for them to actually use without affecting the existing roadway network or the neighborhoods themselves. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions, but I'll turn it back over to Josh. Thank you.
Thank
Can I
you,
jump
Brett.
in?
Good.
With the quick, what kind of trucks are we talking about here? I mean, your standard long form 18-wheeler, the cylinder trucks, like.
That was my understanding, but I'm sure the applicant can give you a better idea of that. But I believe they are gas trucks, those standard round barrel trucks that you see on the highways.
No. And the injection site is, the injection site has to be on that particular part of this overall property, correct?
Right.
You
And
can't, it's not something you can move off of Horner's Lane, you know?
The injection site is way over here off of Westmore.
Yeah, it's on, yeah.
And it's opposite of all these industrial uses, so there's no residential in that area.
No.
The only residential is along the route to the site, south of Horner's Lane.
No. I'm familiar with the location,
Okay.
that's my, yeah. I was just wondering, the rest of the site to the east, you could come in off Dover or something like that where you wouldn't pass hardly, I don't think any of the, but I doubt you can move the injection site there. is my
We
question.
looked at the possible access across the property coming off of Dover and coming up this way and across the existing property to avoid the impacts. We were informed by Washington Gas there are some underground facilities there that would be impacted if they needed to expand or improve that roadway. I'm sure they can get into more specifics about that if you have any questions, but that's why we didn't pursue that further about cutting across the property.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, slight clarification on that. I think the safety concern, not that they would be impacted, but that there was concern at night that the trucks may strike the pipes or inlets that come out of the ground. You can see them, all the dots along that drive. So there was concern that at night they might harm their facilities.
Which would be bad, let's be clear. Yeah. All right. Just one, and what's the sort of, and I'm sorry if I missed it within the summary, but what's the numbers, the rough estimate of number of trucks?
Rough estimate is 1 every 2 hours max, so 12 trucks a day is the maximum load they're predicting. Their original estimates were lower than that, so we went to the high end of what they were recommending for the staff report. I don't know if they'll ever reach 12 trucks a day, but that is what that was the max end of what they were recommending, and that's why we put that in the report.
And Horners and Westmore can handle those size trucks that much?
My understanding, yes, and they also have contacted City of Rockville for permits for a flagging operation at the corner of Dover and Horners, I believe.
Okay.
So they've already been working with City of Rockville for permits for the roadway access.
Okay. All right, good.
So just, and the applicant may be able to, well, could answer this if you can. So they're loading elsewhere and bringing here, or they're bringing here, are they loading here and bringing elsewhere?
They're loading in Prince William County, Virginia, at a landfill site where the methane is building up underground. They're unloading it into the trucks. The trucks will drive here and inject it into the current facility.
And in this facility, what do they do with that? They just process it and use it as natural gas throughout the system? I don't know.
That's my understanding. I also understand that this facility adds that sulfur smell to gases. That's the primary focus.
Those very technical questions, I think the applicant will better answer.
Okay.
Yeah, when they answered that question, because I had the same question, but when they answered that question, they said that they're going to build really a pipeline from Prince William County to here?
No, the pipeline will be all completely in Virginia. This is the virtual pipeline because there's no facility between here and there where they can have the storage tank capacity. So they have to get it into the system next from the landfill to the system. That pipeline is not correct, but that will all be in Virginia. That won't be in Montgomery County.
So this is just a temporary
This is
thing.
just a temporary solution until that pipeline can be built.
And then we don't receive the gas, or Washington Gas receives it in Virginia?
Washington Gas will receive it in Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Continue on, we did have some community correspondence for the application. Just wanted to let know the mandatory referral review once it was accepted, we sent out a notice of application, and then we did a notice of hearing 10 days before the hearing. All the notice and requirements have been satisfied, which is adjoining, confronting, and registered HOAs and civics within 1 mile. Just for clarification, we confirmed that the townhome community, which is the most impacted by this route on Horner's Lane, has a separate HOA, which is called Legacy at Lincoln Park, and they were noticed of this application. They did not respond to any noticing requests. So they received the 2 notices. We did confirm that they were not sent back to us, and they did go to the correct addresses. With that being said, the Lincoln Park Civic Association was not signed up or registered with our offices as a Montgomery County HOA or Civic Association, so they were not on the noticing list. However, they are here today, I believe, to testify over concerns of traffic and the potential noise that may come from this project. And just kind of highlight what we're talking about. This townhome community is the Legacy at Lincoln Park, and then this is the greater Lincoln Park neighborhood going down this way, and this is the route coming into the site. With those, that staff is recommending approval of the mandatory referral and transmittal of the comments to Washington Gas with the 2 recommendations that are in the staff report.
Thank you very much. We have one person, Mr. Amadasu, online.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Yes, good. Yes, welcome, and we love to hear your testimony.
Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Amabugi Amadasu. I am a resident of Legacy at Lincoln, and I am the current president of the Lincoln Park Civic Association. And we didn't really know about this project going on. I guess a lot of the notices that came about to our residents may have been ignored by my fellow neighbors. But once I did get in contact with the Montgomery County Planning Office and took a little deeper dive of what the project is, I think this particular transportation plan is a disaster waiting to happen. We already deal with noise at night in that Horner's Dover area because of cars racing, throughout the night. I sleep, like my house is right next to that intersection. So I hear all types of traffic at night, during the day, and running 12 trucks, for 24/7 just really doesn't make any sense to me. And calling it a virtual pipeline where there's nothing virtual about it. I think that traffic in that little area gets really congested. And when I first moved there wasn't even a stop sign at, Dover and Horner's. And I believe it was, the Civic Association in the city that kind of put stop signs up to kind of help alleviate, traffic pressure there. And another issue too with that entrance from Dover is that we have a lot of car companies, repair shops and detail shops, and it gets really congested there sometimes. When I'm coming home, because the access to our community, there's not too many ways for me to get to Legacy. You can go up Horner's, you can go up Stone Street, and then that's pretty much it. So we're kind of like locked in, to reach our neighborhood. So when you start adding these trucks, even though it's like a small little portion of Dover and Horner's, it's really going to cause that much more traffic congestion, especially with these big, huge gas trucks coming through these residential roads. And then that little intersection that they turn off to Westmore, I believe there's a park there too, and kids play and all that kind of stuff there, and it gets really congested. It's not as easy as it may seem, as the presentation's kind of making it seem. Someone who actually lives in the community and see how bad traffic can get and how narrow the roads are, it just really doesn't make any sense to me that this is actually an option for delivering gas. So thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you for your testimony. Would the applicant like to give a presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Elizabeth Rogers with the law firm of Lurch, Early and Brewer. Pleasure to be here this afternoon on behalf of Washington Gas, the applicant for the mandatory referral that's before you today. With me here today, next to me is Morgan Smith with Washington Gas. We also have David Lewis and Megan Roberts-Statinsky with Washington Gas in the audience, as well as Suparna Chaklarda and Ohi Ayeni with Opal Fuels, Washington Gas's partner on this project, Drew Butler with CNG Direct Handling Transportation Logistics, and Lisa Betts with Dewberry, the civil engineer for the project, that can answer questions you may have. As staff noted, the property is comprised of approximately 120 acres. It's utilized as a gas operations facility that was first established in the 1950s. The aerial is a little deceiving in that much of the property is occupied by underground infrastructure, which significantly constrains the portions of the site that are capable of accommodating the facility that we're here to discuss with you today. The property is zoned IM. It is in a largely industrial district, as you see from the zoning map. It is bordered by industrial properties to the north and the east, the metro tracts to the west, and then is just north of the City of Rockville municipal boundaries to the south. The proposed mandatory referral that's before you today is really limited in scope. The applicant is proposing a temporary injection facility on the property that will be the receiver of natural gas produced by a renewable resource. So specifically through these operations, Washington Gas with its partners are looking to capture renewable natural gas that would otherwise be burned and released into the atmosphere at the Prince William County landfill and inject that natural gas into Washington Gas's system on the property to serve its customers. The operation, as you heard, is temporary in nature. A permanent pipeline is currently being designed, permitted, constructed in Prince William County, Virginia, that will provide a permanent direct connection between the landfill and Washington Gas's system. So we are only proposing to operate this temporary injection facility through the end of the year. Upon completion of the permanent pipeline, this temporary injection facility will be decommissioned and the site will be restored to its existing conditions as they exist today. During the temporary operations, the gas will be transported from Prince William County, Virginia to the property through a virtual pipeline, as Josh mentioned, that is comprised of commercial trucks. Those trucks must operate 24 hours a day, given the nature of the source, which is a landfill that's continuously emitting natural gas, and also the capacity limitations that exist on the property for offloading that gas. Because the landfill does not have gas storage capabilities on that site, that refined gas must be transported to the property to be injected into the system. If Washington Gas is not able to do so on a 24-hour basis and get that gas into the system, it will have to be flared into the atmosphere at the landfill, thus not letting Washington Gas avoid those greenhouse gas emissions at the source. There will only be a maximum of 12 trucks accessing the property in any given 24-hour period, of which 5 are estimated to occur between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. Those truck deliveries, as I mentioned, during the nighttime hours are essential to the proposed operation.
So they are not going to deliver during 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
No, I was just saying they'll have 5 trucks. Of the total 12, it's anticipated that 5 of those would come during that period.
They have 5 trucks between 9 p.m. and there is no other choice. They have to do that.
Correct, because then they would have to burn the gas off at the landfill if they couldn't capture it and truck
I got it.
So they're not coming one per hour, but on average, it would be like one
every 2 hours on
one
average.
every 2 hours.
And that just is based on kind of how long it takes to load the truck and then offload the truck. That's why we come up with the max of the 12 in any 24-hour period. As long-term owner and operator, Washington Gas places particular importance on being a good neighbor, and they have given careful consideration to this proposal in order to ensure the proposed operations will not have an adverse impact on the surrounding community. We appreciate that staff in its report has recognized the efforts that Washington Gas has taken, and we'd just like to briefly walk through a few of those with the board today. In selecting the site, Washington Gas evaluated several factors, including the necessary connection point to their system, the path of truck travel, and also the immediate surroundings. They looked at other facilities that they have in the region, but only the Rockville facility was capable of handling this in a safe manner. Other facilities did not have the truck turnaround space or spacing for the piping and safety equipment that's needed. Within this site in particular, the proposed temporary injection facility is located as far away from the residential homes on a dead-end industrial road, again, to minimize impacts on the surrounding community and also accommodate the proposed operations. The truck route was also specifically planned to avoid and minimize impacts. The trucks are primarily coming along major highways, avoiding Rockville Town Center, primarily in the local area, traveling on industrial roads on Goody and Dover. There is only a 650 linear foot stretch where the trucks will have to pass on the outskirts of the residential district. That's an unavoidable component of this route, given, as staff was mentioning, there is not an ability to access off of Old Dover Road, given the concerns about the facilities that are within the site. And we can elaborate on that further. Given the, just to kind of put this in context, given the, speed limit and this limited stretch that equates to about 17 seconds that a truck is going to be driving on the outskirts of the residential district. Notably, these homes are set back about 50 to 120 feet from the roadway and will be buffered by the mature trees and landscaping that exists today. Washington Gas also evaluated the alignment of the roadway and the path of truck travel to ensure there won't be adverse lighting impacts on those residential homes. This is an image showing you kind of the truck route headed towards the facility. And we also have one showing the truck route headed away from the facility. And given this alignment of the roadway, the trucks will not be oriented directly towards those residences as they're accessing or leaving the site. So there will be no adverse impacts from a lighting perspective on those homes. Washington Gas also entered into a traffic control plan that has been approved by the city of Rockville to ensure the safety of the truck trips and avoid the need for any backup alarms. There will be a flagging operation that the city has permitted and approved at the intersection of Horners and Dover Road when trucks are traveling along this route. This will ensure that there won't be adverse impacts to the surrounding local traffic. Like I mentioned, also avoids the need for backup beeping sounds that would be associated with that maneuver. And we'd also note that the trucks will not use Jake brakes, which is a primary noise generator for trucks, and again, to further minimize the impact from a noise perspective on the surrounding community.
So they'll be flagging at night too?
There will be, yes.
Okay. So there's flagging at night, and what type of, you said, so they don't generate noise as they're not using what?
It's called a Jake brake. Someone here can probably
A Jake
elaborate
brake.
what that is further.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But to avoid kind of additional, which is one of the main generators of noise on these trucks.
And when they pass by these homes, you said the homes are fully screened? They're fully screened?
Let's
along the-
see if I can show you. So if you look at the bottom left-hand image, that says you're getting close to the end of that first tick of townhomes, and you can see kind of the truck is angling away from the homes, and it's got all those large mature trees that then buffer that row of townhomes from the street.
No, I can see here, but I'm not all the way, I'm not looking perpendicular, but you're saying it's fully screened as you're going.
I'll go back here. You can see there, the trees kind of start here, so there is like an opening here where there aren't trees, but the truck is oriented in a different direction from those homes.
Is there any pumping noise when they're injecting into the underground from the truck to the, to the storage, underground storage? Is there noise there, pumping? Do they pump?
I'll let someone else answer that directly. I do know that they have evaluated the noise of the equipment that will be needed at the actual injection site, which again is kind of wholly within the industrial district, and evaluated that to make sure it will comply with the noise guidelines within the county.
For the night shift. Yeah.
And that the actual facility, obviously, where that noise would occur is very far away from these residential homes.
And once they pass the homes, are there stop signs so that, meaning where they have to stop and then start the truck back up and, you know what I'm saying, and create that kind of noise? I'm just trying to, I want to be just responsive to, sometimes when trucks start, large trucks, they create a certain amount of noise, but I just wanted, what's the route like, and are there stop signs or this or that? I'm just, where they would have to be stopping and accelerating, stopping and accelerating,
Sure. So I do know that there is a stop sign. I can point to it better. And Morgan, maybe you can elaborate too, but there is a stop sign, as you can see, at Westmore and Horners, as the truck would be kind of approaching that area, but still kind of in the industrial portion of the district. And then I'm not aware if there are other stop signs in this region.
Good evening, Morgan Smith from Washington Gas. There's one stop sign which we have the traffic control. That's where they would accelerate
Okay.
past
Yeah.
the traffic control.
There's one at Dover, and there's one as you turn onto Westmore. That's where the two stop signs are.
Where, can you show on the map, just out of curiosity?
To the bottom right of where that arrow goes, where her cursor is, there's a stop sign there as you turn right onto North Horners, and then there's a stop sign up as you turn right onto Westmore, which go back to where my mechanic is back there, in case anybody's wondering why I know this.
Okay, continue, I'm sorry.
Sure, thank you. So for the reasons that we've discussed today, we are asking that the board eliminate comment number 1 from its transmittal to Washington Gas. We understand staff included this comment as there were possible impacts from this access route on those residential homes along Horner's Lane. However, as we've demonstrated, we believe the access route will not have adverse effects on those surrounding homes based on the limited evening trips that are proposed, the alignment of the roadway, the existing setback from the roadway, and the existing mature landscaping. The impacts to the surrounding community resulting from this temporary facility will be no more than that's associated with a standard large truck that would be entering and exiting this primarily industrial district. Given these minimal impacts and the temporary nature of the facility, as well as obviously the industrial character in which this property is situated, the applicant does not believe that comment number 1 is necessary, and to the contrary, would have adverse significant impacts to the proposed operations. Washington Gas and its partners are willing to provide a monitored email address, which will be continuously monitored to respond to any comments or concerns that the community may have. And we feel that for all those factors, we respectfully request that the board would eliminate comment number 1 from its transmittal and otherwise approve the mandatory referral. And we have multiple people from our team here that can answer any more specific questions you may have.
The only question I have in regard to question number 1, again, I ask that for the record. There is no way, what are the implications if we keep comment 1? But that means that you don't do the delivery between 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Could you again tell the board that what are the implications that we have?
Yes, so the implications are that natural gas, like I mentioned, is being continuously emitted from the landfill in Prince William County, Virginia. And if we have really looked at this from every which different way to see if there was a way to kind of stagger the trucks or change the schedule, and just by the nature of the operations and the time it takes to kind of load the truck and then unload the truck, it has to kind of follow this schedule. And so if we weren't able to keep that continuous schedule going in the evening hours, since there's no storage capabilities at the landfill, that gas would have to be flared and burned into the atmosphere. And so Washington Gas wouldn't be able to avoid those greenhouse gas emissions in the evening hours by capturing that.
So could you fill up the truck and let it be and drive it in the morning, or that's dangerous?
They have also looked at that as well, and from logistical perspective, storage capability perspective, safety perspectives, kind of all the different factors are unable to do that. And
You're saying you can't store it in a vehicle for more than what hours?
Also, too, if we are unloading a significant amount of gas at our facility, sometimes we need to make sure it's stable or it's a steady stream of gas coming into our facility. We can't overload our system with 3, 4, 5 trucks in 1-2 hours and compress that delivery. We want to make sure our delivery is stable. We're having a very steady flow into our system.
You're talking that delivering all the 5 trucks together in the morning, that is not something that is safe. Okay, got it.
Any other commissioners have comments or questions?
Not really right now. I mean, this is a temporary, it's a temporary system. It's a stopgap measure until there's a pipeline built. I think we can handle the overnight. I think we can allow and handle the overnight deliveries for that amount of time if it's minimized to a certain number of trucks per per evening. That area is next to a park, although it is next to a park, and they have like exercise equipment out there, I think, like external exercise equipment. I would recommend that they take that nice and slow and easy down around there. It's about as far away from any place, from like any residential areas you're going to get in the county, given the situation that you have. But I would recommend, like, putting some conditions. If it's a temporary thing, the overnight I think is doable. Otherwise, if we're going to have to extend this, we'll come back, and I would want to come back and talk about it. But for an overnight, for a temporary thing, I think it's reasonable.
And just quickly, we just wanted to show one thing, again, not dismissing at all the limitations that you just heard from the applicant, but if we could show the staff screen, I just want to be sure that the planning board also sees the actual approach. So that is Horner's Lane here, and these are the townhomes. So again, just making sure you saw a complete picture of the approach. And if you want to go maybe down the street a little bit, just so you can see that, so.
There's a triangle park at the corner of Horner's.
So this is the piece that's not screened.
This is the little piece of clearing I was showing on the aerial that doesn't have the trees. But again, if you look at the trajectory of the roadway, as I was mentioning, it's it's angled, not towards the homes, but away from the homes.
But at night, light.
So this would be the approach from Goody, then Dover onto Horner's.
And then
heading towards, yeah. So the gas facility is on your right, and the townhomes are on the left.
Any place else takes you through. Any other approach will take you through either Stone Street, which is going to come right up by the metro station and through town center, or Douglas off Lincoln Avenue, I think, cuts up that way, which goes through a full residential neighborhood. But the only way to get there.
So what do you think of removing your condition 1? What do you think? Because you recommended first thinking that it could be possible, but what do you think about it?
Yeah, again, so I mean, the applicant understood that our recommendation 1 was to find an alternate through their site. That would bypass the residential facility, community entirely. Going through their site would bypass Horner's Lane, Westmore to a large degree, encourage them to put up safety barriers or whatever they felt they needed to do to allow trucks to run through their property at night. That would be the preference. I don't know that we would have even had an application or a discussion here. That may have been more of seen as administrative in nature. Given the route through the resident, or at least adjacent to the residential neighborhood and the close proximity, again, understanding, the importance of the community, we have our recommendation in front of you, and that's what we would recommend.
Okay, so what?
Sure. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I just want to also clarify again, this isn't a condition of an approval. This is a mandatory referral, so these are advisory comments that you are sending back to the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Linden, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. Here are my comments. I want to be respectful of the community because they are living right behind here, and I would like to give to like a conditional approval, like if there are 5. What you said 5 at
5
night.
trucks between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m.
If there could be somewhere they try it, and if for example, I mean, in all cases that, I don't know if they can reduce the speeds, anything to reduce the noise level in the community, anything, so they may have to have a lower speed limit in there. They may have to also, if it becomes for the community where they have, it's not screened, to put up some sort of screening. It depends on, the lighting and stuff like that. But the point is, it's got to be safe. It's got to be, in the community, and they feel like during the night, the people work. They need to be able to sleep during the night. So I'm not sure if this has been done anywhere else before, but I think we would, it sounds like we would approve this, but with the condition that they have procedures to lower noise, Yeah, and also some site, the lighting, that they do prevent lighting into the community on places where it's not screened. So that's what I would recommend, and if they can't make that happen, then they'd have to go back to just all day. This would be my recommendation, because the community is important. They bought homes there, they are renting there. This is important for them, okay?
And I think that, so I don't know how that would take the form of a condition, if you're proposing to eliminate condition number 1 and just requesting that Washington Gas continue to take efforts to minimize noise impacts and lighting impacts, is what I'm hearing. I just want to clarify. As I reiterated, we are willing to establish that monitored communication where we can get feedback from the community and respond to their comments in real time, so that we can make sure that this isn't having an impact, because we believe that it won't, based on the character of the neighborhood and all of the things that Washington Gas has evaluated.
Right. But I want some mechanism so that if it gets too bad for the community, that you have to eliminate the nighttime. I don't know how to do it, but this community needs input into this, and there needs to be work with the community, so that if it gets too bad for the community, that Washington Gas has to take some different procedures, we're mindful of that you need a place to put this gas over this 9 months. What happens if it's more than 9 months? What happens if it's 15 months, right? But the community needs some input in here. So I don't know how we frame that, but that was to give recommendations on sound and, okay.
One offer I would have, I don't know if the board wants to handle this or staff has another suggestion. I mean, we could come back to the board in 4 months, 5 months, whatever it is, and have a check-in and see what communications we've heard from the community. Happy to do that if that,
Yep.
And I'm trying to make sure, again, so we can capture this. Are you suggesting that we were modifying the first recommendation to say the applicant will minimize noise and light as much as possible, especially during evening hours, and that there would be a separate, that would be number 1, and then we'd be adding maybe a third recommendation that says the applicant will report back in 3 months, 4 months, whatever that time period is, and will respond to any community concerns that have been raised in that time. Is that what I was hearing?
I want something that's monitorable, and also that they are in contact with the civic association. I mean, they're the ones that own those homes there, right?
Correct. Yeah, and I think in that number 3 that I was just brainstorming here, that it would allow the community time to meet, to observe operations, to meet with Washington Gas and et cetera, and voice concerns, give them some time to try to respond, work better together.
Yep.
And if not, we would have a report back on however that progress is going in, say, 3 or 4 months.
Correct. Just our legal staff, is that, with that? Okay, great.
That works for me.
So that would be my, are you amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve with the recommendations or the clarifications made?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the mandatory referral with the conditions by staff as modified by discussion here today.
And I second.
You got the conditions? Or, yeah,
And
okay.
we approve it?
Yes.
You say aye?
Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So we have one more item this afternoon. It's item number 10, scope of work for Germantown Employment Areas Sector Plan Study, where staff is recommending to present to the board the scope of work and to make any modifications to the scope before considering for approval. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the afternoon, the scope of work for Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan Study, where staff is recommending to give a presentation on the scope, proposed scope of the work, and to direct staff to make modifications to the scope before considering its approval. Thank you. And
Do we have Josh? Oh, so we don't know.
Clark Larson with the Planning Department will give the presentation this afternoon. Thank you, Clark.
Thank you, Chair Harris and members of the board. Again, my name is Clark Larson with Up County Planning, and I'll be introducing you to our proposed scope for the Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan. I just wanted to first show, you're probably familiar recently with some studies that have gotten kicked off recently, but for those who are not, the department occasionally conducts studies that are short of amendments or policy changes, just to understand situations. So we've listed here a few studies that sometimes become projects to amend master plans or sector plans, but they may not always. They may also discuss areas of an existing sector plan or other county initiatives and programs that can get started. So that's the approach we're taking today. So I just wanted to put this study proposal in context with other studies that have come before. So why study Germantown now? Under the recent Thrive Montgomery 2050 General Plan, we think there are some new considerations and new approaches, new understandings that we want to bring into not only implementing the sector plan as it's adopted from 2009, but also maybe other areas of focus that could be explored. It's been 15 years since the adoption of the 2009 Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan. I'll show you a boundary for that sector plan in a moment, but it's a smaller area from the 1989 Germantown Master Plan, which was adopted about 35 years ago. So we propose to just check in really on what is and what is not working in the sector plan area. There are some new understandings of the changing trends in the office and employment market, both from a demand standpoint and both inter-county and extra-county competition maybe for various employment, office, commercial uses. So we'll be considering that in our study. We also will be coordinating with the ongoing the Clarksburg Gateway Master Plan update, excuse me. So that's just north up the road. So we're in adjacent communities and we want to make sure that we're talking together. So the goals of our study are to assess the sector plan success in supporting an active and vibrant Germantown, especially along the corridor of I-270 on both east and west sides, and understand how to chart a course forward for the community. We want to explore whether Germantown can still become the major job center that was envisioned in 2009 for this area, or if there are other directions, other aspects that Germantown can build upon to become a more compact and complete place for people to live, work, and play. That's sort of our running theme in our department. And similar to a more full-blown sector master plan amendment process, we will be engaging the community through a series of meetings, pop-ups out in the community, conducting some surveys, and reaching out to stakeholders. On the left, you'll see a boundary of the employment area sector plan, with the dark black line running north-south through the sector plan area. The colored areas are just various districts that are within the sector plan boundary. It did include an area of the Mark Station, which has now been replaced by the Mark Communities sector plan, but many of these areas are still under consideration for us. On the left, on the right side, sorry, in a small black boundary, you can see where the sector plan boundary is in relation to the corridor forward transit network. So still under corridor forward, we're anticipating that there will be high-frequency bus rapid transit lines running through the area, and maybe a much longer-term potential for a red line extension from Shady Grove north up through the Mark Railroad right-of-way to connect to Germantown. So we're mindful of that, even though it's not necessarily a short-term solution. Now, looking at some of the land cover and aerial, the area, just in general, you can see that it's fairly well developed in the town center, downtown areas of the Germantown sector plan. There's a range of shopping centers, office complexes. The Department of Energy has a facility out here. Several residential communities, but most of the residential neighborhoods are beyond this red sector plan boundary, as well as Black Hills Regional Park and other Stream Valley parks running through it. In the stars, I'm showing just kind of to get an idea for you, so you can have an idea of where some of the recent development projects are in the sector plan area. There's one apartment complex that was recently completed in the center with green, but a number of projects that are currently under construction or have only attained some of the phasing that was originally approved, and some projects shown in orange that may not have gotten started on their approvals, or we're seeing now coming in requesting changes from their original office or commercial components. They want to replace it with residential. So that, again, is some of that trend in how office development and commercial development is faring out here. We're seeing that there's a lot of different interest in building homes instead. And so we want to reflect that. We want to understand that. Where are there areas to reserve and protect that commercial office space, and where do we want to allow that trend to continue towards residential? And then a little bit of a photo tour of the area, the Germantown Town Center in particular, starting from the upper left and clockwise. This is the Germantown Plaza near the Up-County Regional Services Center, moving clockwise to the MARC station, the Maryland Area Regional Commuter Train. Did I say that right? I think so. The Germantown Library, around to the bottom with the Germantown Transit Center. It's essentially a bus terminal right now that was envisioned as a major corridor city's transitway station, so that has the potential to grow as a larger transit station. The smaller pictures are the retail frontages and shopping in front of the Black Rock Center for the Arts and the library, and in those sculptures, that's the Germantown Downtown Urban Park that's right behind the library. And then moving beyond the town center area, of course, the Montgomery College Germantown campus is there in the upper left. There's a number of automobile dealerships and other light industrial and commercial businesses in the area. A Wegmans grocery store is in the Seneca Meadows area east of I-270. A number of corporate office buildings, manufacturing, telecommunications businesses are there with Hughes Networks and the Milestone office complex, as well as several residential neighborhoods even within the sector plan area that was, there's a good mix of land uses there. And then on the lower left, a glimpse of the Department of Energy offices that are there. So maybe to reiterate some of the items that we're looking to study is the current and potential office and employment market, the potential for retail, residential growth, maybe other directions, focusing more on arts, recreation, culture in this area as a possibility. We will be looking at how to boost and highlight the public realm and urban design standards that are in the sector plan, whether any new ideas need to be brought to bear. Looking at automobile, bicycle, and pedestrian needs, transit services, any zoning or regulatory barriers that are in place today, either within the sector plan or just from the current zoning map and zoning ordinance. The potential for establishing an urban district and or parking district. These are some regimes that are recommended in the 09 plan that they have yet to be realized. So we'll be working with other county agencies as well in concert that are starting to look at this, for Germantown in particular, to think about what would it mean for this community to really start investing in it in this way. And then we want to run through a series of scenario models to think about these alternative futures. What are the impacts on the transportation system, the look and feel, the experience of the area, the economics, and the development potential, really. And any other issues that are raised by the community that we hear in our outreach. So this is, again, kind of what I spoke of before. We'll be going out into the community and understanding how they feel, both approaching residents, workers, visitors to area, and also going into entering conversations with office tenants and employers property owners, maybe a two-track system, because I think there's different perspectives there that we want to try to capture. Looking at our schedule, today is the study scope of work conversation that we'd like to have from you. So we'll be conducting our study with our planning team through the spring and summer and working on our findings and summary report, coming back into the community, coming to you, I imagine, with some check-in to understand how you feel about our direction and where we're ending up with our findings. And then we'll be presenting our final findings to you and the County Council in October, November this year. And we have a website. We hope those listening online or that will learn about this later will go online and sign up for our e-letter to subscribe for updates. They can always contact me as well, but we're really starting to get the word out there now. And that concludes my presentation. I'd love to hear any thoughts you have about any directions or areas that we should be looking into.
Please do it. The commissioners have any questions, comments? Mitra's
I know,
biting
right?
at the, she's chomping at the bit here.
I'm sorry. And maybe you need to educate me. I know I had asked this question before. If you go to the list of the scope of what you're doing, it seems to me it's like a limited master plan or master plan. So I don't understand why you do study, not a master plan, and why is it called employment, Germantown employment study? You know, we're spending the time and effort, and we do a study and then we do a master plan. Why can't we just go right into it and do it and then try to implement it? Maybe I need some education.
Yeah, so, well, thank you for that. So first I'll start with the wording. The Germantown Employment Area Study, to say the employment area corridor sector plans, it was just getting really wordy. We were just trying to really shorten it, condense it, and make it a little more focused. We weren't necessarily looking at the entire original Germantown plan either. It was more focused on this employment area sector plan. So anyways, the name right now is the Germantown Employment Area Study.
So it's like a limited area or sectional area of Germantown that you're going to do. So why you do study and then master plan? Why can't we just go to master plan?
Yeah, we could have done that. One, there were certain factors that went into looking at this particular area and whether or not we should do a master plan. So in some cases, we aren't so sure that a master plan, even a minor one, may be necessary. But we're going to look at some of the factors that we would look at while going through an amendment. And in this case, the study is intended to inform us of whether or not we should do a plan amendment. But you're reading this slide correctly. We are trying to set this up because there have been some discussion. There have been some property owners bringing issues forward that very much want an accelerated schedule. And rather than go through the study, if the council and others should agree that there are some more immediate issues, rather than study this to accelerate, parlay into a plan amendment, that we have some flexibility in doing so. But that would have to be as part of discussions, one with the semi-annual that's coming, and then two, the budget discussions, which are coming. And I'm going to turn it over to the director, who looks like he wants to say something.
Just add to your thing that the reason I'm asking is that when you didn't bring it up, but in your report, a lot of things has not attained. The number of people that they have moved in, the number of the employment, and since 2009, I think. So it looks like that we definitely need to do something about this area. And Germantown also was designated as one of the most diverse areas, actually, in the nation, huh? If I remember it well.
Yes, it is.
Was it Gatorsburg?
Yeah.
Okay. So it definitely needs something that why we didn't get there. So I thought that it saves time and it saves money if we just go right to it and get it done.
For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, I would just say I think these are good questions. First thing, though, is that this is what we've been approved, and this is what's on our work program. So until the council changes our work program to make it a master plan update or amendment, what we have on our work program from the council is a study. And so what this will hopefully do is allow us, it's kind of more like a check-in. And we do this in other places, in other areas. Sometimes they don't lead to a master plan. We say where we are. We may not be where we wanted to be, but it gives us a chance to say we're good. We're fine with where we are with what we have in place. Let's let it work out a little bit more. In this case, in other cases, we may say no. We need to go back in. This helped us identify the gaps, the holes, the things that need to be updated, and that will be the focus of a much shorter master plan effort than afterwards. So this kind of could feed easily into that. We'll see where this takes us, but we can certainly then go back to the.
That's fine. And just say that I think that just, again, we have discussed about what is being approved by council. I think it should be a little bit flexibility into those that you be able to do something like that, because we recommended the study and they approved it. If we had recommended master plan, they have approved it master plan, okay? But I think that there has to be a little bit flexibility that when you get to it, a few years later, you'll be able to make changes to it.
Do you have any comments, questions?
The only one is so we have the local area housing targets piece of this. If we're going to do the sort of the study with this area in Germantown, I would like to see sort of the incorporation of those numbers in there of what we've got, what we need, and what we expect to have in there. And if we're going to take on, if we're sort of jumping on what Mitra has said, if we're expecting this to be a growth place, this is a corridor that we're expecting growth, it's a very diverse area. It's actually a fairly dense area relative to even places like Rockville or Gaithersburg. So to incorporate up front some of that, how can we provide in there the ability to have the housing that this is supposed to have in our targets, and just make sure that that's put up front when we're talking about the notwithstanding that it's called the employment area study, but that we're sort of bringing that to the front to match with what we're expecting, proposing, and sort of wanting to target for how many folks in housing and stuff that we're building in there. So just requesting that we put that up front and we have that a large piece of the study.
Yeah, great comments. Vice Chair Pedalman, very, very, very perceptive that we should probably talk to council at the appropriate time to make this as a very flexible plan, so that we can, pivot quickly if we see that we really want to make this like a minor master plan.
I think it might.
Because you mentioned there are a lot of commercials, a lot of sites that can't go any further in their development because they're not hitting their commercial components. So great. This is perfect. It's coming up now, and I don't know if you need any more comments from us, but let it be flexible. Let's see if we can pivot to something where quickly, so we can, if possible, change so that we can get more residential, or figure out how we can get some more residential capacity by still reserving some of those areas for commercial if needed. Maybe it's a smaller piece versus the larger pieces that are out there,
Yeah. And not to keep hammering the point, but I'll just say, we did raise this study in response to some of the concerns that we had heard over the last few years, and then those concerns are growing. So at this moment, had we just been recommending this at the time, perhaps we would have been recommending just going straight to a plan amendment. So.
No, it's a perfect timing that it's coming up.
Yep.
We're supporting you all the way.
Yeah.
Okay. If no other great, continue going, makes it flexible, and if we can pivot quickly, let's do it. So if there are no other, anything else?
No, I just don't think there's a need for a motion, but we will proceed.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and this ends our planning board meeting for today, and we will see you next week. Thank you.